Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku's fall awakened a terrifying new quirk. Here is short summary. When Deku fell to his death, someone didn't expect to feel absolute control for the first time. If this is a quirk, isn't it just cruel? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku Midoriya has been an abnormal kid for as long as he could remember. Normally, kids would have a quirk of their own. But Izuku was anything but normal. He remembered tears filling his face as he faced his mother's non-stop stream of apology. He remembered the day his father left without a word. Because Izuku was quirkless. Has always been. Yet, being a hero has always been Izuku's dream, to save people with a smile, to be fearless, brave, and strong. So he moved ahead with that hope, with those childish thoughts. Izuku wasn't afraid to try. But before he knew it, Izuku lost his name. It wasn't a pleasant memory, the day when his childhood friend's face contorted into anger, and suddenly Izuku realized that something has changed. From that day, Deku was his name. It was surreal to see how fast everyone turned against you. For being different, that friendly smiles could easily crumble into vicious snarls. The teacher that used to cheerfully praise him for being smart now hardly spared him a glance. Friends, then Deku came to realize, is something he didn't deserve. The name Deku now took a different meaning, no longer that naive misspoken character Kachan repeatedly to annoy him, but an epitome for his entire being. Useless. It wasn't long until the whispering and hushed words and disgusted look turned into verbal threats. A sentence was all it takes before everyone follows them like common sense. Kachan has always been the instigator, insulting him, and berating him before everyone. People were reluctant at first, but seeing the teacher didn't even bat an eye, they began to get bold. It wasn't long until the verbal threat turned physical, as Deku returned home with more bruises and more bruises every day. I was clumsy, I tripped. Kachan is a little rough today. The excuses kept piling, and Deku can't remember how these lies start to come into being. A familiar feeling of every eye turning against him made him realize that speaking up wouldn't mean anything in the end, anyway. Because after all, it was his fault for being defective, for not having a quirk. It's easier to lie anyway. After living alone with his mother for a while, Deku began to notice how cold the house felt after his dad left. His mother started to work more and more, and Deku felt alone. He missed the moment of her casually ruffling his unruly, instead of this distant atmosphere. He hated it, but in the end, it amounted to nothing. There weren't any other ways. Sometimes, when he curled up alone in the corner of his room, moments of him with Kachan playing hero versus villain together, smiling so brightly before their eventual fallout, crept up his mind ever cruelly. Such warm childhood memories would remind Deku of how much he has lost. It was bitter. Yet, Deku still wanted to be a hero. He could be useful. He could prove Kachan wrong and maybe sort out this misunderstanding. They would be friends again like nothing ever happened. And then one day, he could repay his mother for all the suffering she faced because of him. He didn't care if the world would continue to beat him down at every given chance. He would always get up. It was not an option. It wasn't long until Deku felt that something was wrong with his head, how his simple hobby of hero analysis has turned into something different. He dozed off more than usual, feeling sluggish every time he snapped out of his daydreaming. He realized how his simple strength analysis, rough sketches, and friendly suggestions turned more detailed, more accurate, and more malicious. Deku remembered being scared out of his wit when he found his analysis notebook with a familiar pro-hero in it, along with information about his personal life, his hobby, and the most brutal and effective way to take him down. And while Deku always did it mindlessly, he recognized the danger should these ever fall into the wrong hand. So he learned to start writing this analysis in code. With much trial and error, and many more months of researching, he eventually gained some acceptable computer hacking skills. It was something Deku never bothered to develop any further. But the problem kept getting worse as he eventually noticed chunks of memory missing from his mind. A feeling of uncertainty crept into his mind every time he went into class, like a doll being torn apart at the seams. It scared him that he always did something he didn't remember doing. He didn't tell his mom. He didn't want to burden her with more problems, especially since the bag under her eyes was getting worse. It showed that the pressure was catching up to her, something Deku didn't have the ability to help her with. Sometimes, sitting alone in his room with only the sound of his own breath, directly opposite of the loneliness he felt before, Deku felt as if he is not alone. The first time Deku felt pain was when Kacchan first hit him. Anger filled his voice. About Deku being a liar, about if Deku thought he was above him. Such thoughts have never crossed Deku's mind before. Not like it changed anything in this awful game fueled by childish misconceptions. Pain has started to become familiar to Deku, almost dull now that he thought about it. But sometimes it would shatter his wall like glass. One such time, perhaps the most painful time he felt, was when his mother first hit him. His mother was the only one that stayed kind to him, the only source of warmth left for him. So maybe that's why, even though it was not powerful as Kacchan's explosion, it knocked Deku off his feet, his tiny hand caressing his face in shock. It was an accident, really. Only a bad day at the hospital along with her accumulated stress led to her lashing out. What surprised him was that his mother managed to endure this for so long. She really didn't mean to react that way, judging by how she fretted all day about it, apologizing to him and consoling him with kind words. But despite her best effort, Deku couldn't bring himself to perceive her words the same way as before. And apparently wanting to blame her, who did everything for him, was something Deku felt guilty for. How could he be so selfish when he was the only useless one around? If only he was as strong as Kacchan, as smart and as brave as him, his mom wouldn't have suffered. Maybe then, she would be happier. So much thought was spent on that, if. But he realized that it was just wishful thinking. He decided that if he wanted to earn the chance to even wish, he needed to change, to become stronger. So one particular day, he instead asked his mother to let him take a self-defense class, coming to terms with himself that all of this would be worth it later. If he put effort into training himself, he wouldn't remain weak. Kacchan wouldn't remain weak. To be like Kacchan was his wish. And when he became a hero, he was going to protect her. He would make her feel safe instead of making her worry like this. He didn't notice that he has put on a strong front. He didn't notice the pain has dulled. He didn't notice the false confidence he wore every time he came to the self-defense class, hiding whatever weakness inside. In a twisted sense, he has gotten stronger. It was a coincidence that once upon many times he trailed home, he met a girl with blonde hair and piercing yellow eyes. The girl was kind with her words, but all Deku spotted was a facade. Her eyes were sad, as she tired out on the bench, enjoying every bit of peaceful time she got at the park. It was some sort of compassion that made Deku approach her. This got nothing to do with him, really. However, he wanted to help, to ask why she was wearing a face so similar to his own. "Hey, can I sit here?" he has asked in such an awkward tone. Of course, I don't mind," she responded, albeit reluctantly. It first started with conversations bland and awkward, but eventually, both of them opened up more and more as time went by. This was the first friend Deku had in a long time, a perfect person to ease his loneliness. It made him wonder who was helping who. Sometimes they were content with just sitting there in silence, sometimes they broke the ice with trivial questions. Both of them avoided certain topics. Deku avoided anything involving quirks, and she avoided anything family-related. It didn't take a genius to find out that they both had a problem. Himiko didn't have many friends, and that was a fact that she solemnly accepted. But Deku was nice enough. He knew she felt uncomfortable talking about her family. No, he didn't mention them at all. They had become friends in such a short time, and the bench at the corner of the park was their meeting spot. "Hey, I have been wondering, what exactly is your quirk?" Deku asked with a wistful expression on his face. Sorry if it's insensitive, I was curious." "Tell me about yours first," she replied, defensively, and was also surprised that Deku asked something he tried to avoid since the first day they met. There were many things she could think of that made Deku feel this way. In a society ran by quirks, villainous quirks, weak quirks, and mutation quirks were all frowned upon. Deku tried to open up more, and it made Himiko feel inferior for she didn't have the gut to share her story. Deku composed himself before sighing sadly, "I'm quirkless." Oh, silence cramped between them for a second. "I'm supposed to be quirkless, too." Supposed. He raised a brow at that. The doctor told me I'm supposed to have a quirk, but my parents didn't tell me anything," Himiko whispered softly. "Do you know why?" he asked as gears started turning in his head. "I don't know, but I think they are scared of me." The fact that her parents found her distasteful was something Himiko has known ever since she saw her friends, smiling brightly along with their parents as she stood alone. That was something sour to admit. "I tried to find out what it was on my own, but I couldn't feel anything different in my body, well, besides these very sharp teeth here," Himiko said, pointing at her fangs. "What else did you think made you unique from others?" Deku inquired. I did have a fascination with blood since very young. I think it looks, well, I know this is kind of creepy, but I think it's somehow beautiful. I know it's unnerving, but Then that means your quirk must have something to do with this tendency of yours, right? A blood quirk, perhaps. These are quite rare," he said, rubbing his chin. "I don't know, but you seem to know a lot about this stuff. Perhaps you can help me find out," Himiko asked, and she could see a glint of excitement in Deku's eyes. Of course, Himiko herself felt excited, too. "I will do my best. I just need to do some research first. I think I can pinpoint it somewhat. There are a lot of things to do, aren't there?" Deku sighed before getting up. "I think I will go home first for now. I will see you next week and show you what I found, then." "Already, Deku, I guess you do have a lot of work to be done." "This place next week, then?" she asked with a smile. "You got it, Himiko." Himiko couldn't help but grin the whole time as his tiny frame disappeared into the sunset. The next time Deku met her has been unexpected. On his usual route walking home, Deku encountered her curling to a ball inside the alleyway, expression rigid. He wanted to ask her what was wrong. She was his friend after all. But before he could react, she lunged at him, her expression devoid of any sanity left, and dug her fangs into the side of his neck. He felt his blood being sucked out, as her expression slowly becomes clearer. A look of horror washed over her face as she pushes him away, her hair flickering to a curling green. At least the mystery of her quirk is solved. It hurt quite a bit, and Deku felt afraid for his life. But seeing Himiko shaking as tears start to leak, he embraced her in a hug, hoping she to calm down. Himiko hugged him back tightly, with tears staining her now reddened uniform as she apologized profusely. Reassuring her that he was fine, he promised to find a way to help her control this newly discovered quirk. She never had the chance to use her quirk before, so she might go out of control next time. She might do something she couldn't take back. But first, both of them agreed that this should be kept a secret. After tending to his wound with his first aid kit, with a moping Himiko helping him, they waved each other goodbye. But as he arrived at his house, he felt the familiar nagging feeling in his guts happen again. It's unnerving as he shrank pitifully in his room. Seeing Himiko like that scared him more than he could ever know. A few days later, he stopped taking the self-defense class, but he noticed his mother still paid for it monthly. And the pit in his stomach is growing every day. Deku was just glad to help Himiko with her power. That meant gushing about his theories to her all day while suggesting ways to improve them and noting all her weaknesses in hindsight. He even bought her a clove of garlic to see if it was actually toxic to her. Of course, it was not, but seeing her face scrunched up was actually hilarious. It was probably not a good idea to laugh, though. Fact learned that Himiko got upset and refused to talk to him. For a day. A whole day. The audacity. But there were days when rare moments of childish innocence, talk about heroes, and dreams turn into a grim overcoat. There are days when Himiko came at him, tears filled her face as she wailed. She doesn't have the best family. A family that was willing to accept her quirk as a part of her, and instead, look upon it with scorn and fear. It made Deku think, Even if he's quirkless, he has at least his mom to fall back to. Have I ever told you about my family? She finally asked, tears leaking from the corner of her eyes. It only made the bruise on her cheek more visible. Yes, they are wary of your quirk, right? He responded carefully, knowing this was sensitive for her. That's an understatement. They hated it, and in hating it, they hated me as well. She spat, her voice shaky as her expression rigid. You don't have to tell me this if you don't want to. You are clearly uncomfortable. I'm fine. She gritted her teeth in frustration. From the day when I began to show my fascination with blood, they had been scared of me. They were scared that I would turn on them. I don't think they even want to live under the same roof as me. Quote. They looked at me like I'm some sort of monster. I hated that look so much. Of the two of them, one was frowned upon for not having a quirk, one was frowned upon for having an unwanted quirk. It was unfair. Deku has known this long ago. For now, he just wanted to be there for her. It's better than suffering alone. He knew that too well. If Himiko's family is too cowardly to be there for her, he won't be like them. He thought as he enveloped her in a hug, while her tears streamed down continuously, staining his uniform. Why can't they understand? She choked as her voice came out raspy, desperate. Shish, it's okay, Himiko. I'm here for you. Perhaps Deku should revel in the fact that he is pretty much useless in this situation. Deku couldn't help his friend, he could only offer words of consolation and encouragement in return. Deku remembered every time his mother held him, whispering his lullabies and good night. He remembered feeling better at hearing her soothing words. So he did the same for Himiko, trying his best to cheer him up, to make it so that she won't be alone. He picked up some medical skills from his mother, trying to ease the pain from the bruise litter Himiko's body every day. He thought it will never stop increasing. He thought. Then one day, it did. Himiko, now eyes were as bright as ever, gushing to him non-stop about a hero in black clothes and a gray scarf who saved her from her mother's temper, promising that he would come for her later, to save her from the hell she called home. He was skeptical but felt glad for his friend nonetheless. However, it sounded too good to be true. Turned out it was true. The hero she told him about was a Racerhead, an underground hero. And apparently, the kind that Himiko would be safe with. And that meant that goodbye was bound to happen. Deku couldn't forget the day Himiko said goodbye as her mother got arrested and she found a new family that actually cared about her. Deku smiled bitterly when he handed her a quirk analysis book he made specifically for her, hoping she could become a hero with the little information Deku provided. The day was a bittersweet memory with tears staining her face and tight hugs, reluctant goodbyes, and promises to see each other again someday. She disappeared in the sunset. Deku could only watch as his only friend disappeared. Deku didn't realize he has been sitting at the park for hours until the ringing from his phone, a call from his mom, woke him out of his shock. Deku didn't realize tears have quietly slid off his face, a stream non-stop formed. There was no one to comfort him now. Because once again, Deku was left alone. And reassuring as her words might be, Deku wasn't sure if he could count on it. He has never been good with promises. The last promise he made had his best friend turned against him. It made him a liar. And he was afraid he would slip before even seeing her again. Sometimes, Deku couldn't help but wander back to the bench where they used to talk all day with each other. The uncomfortable nagging feeling in his stomach started to grow again every time he came back. It doesn't feel right anymore. Once again, he felt like losing himself in the passage of time. The surreal feeling of loneliness started to take over him as days went by. His body felt detached from this world. And it was true that everyone had a breaking point, after all. He had a bad feeling when his mom told him she had an urgent business that required her out of town for a few days. She promised she will come back with some Katsudon. Deku could take care of himself for a few days, he is a big boy after all. He wasn't that much of a burden. It was going to be like any other day. Right, he soon realized after the first day she was gone, the little solace he found in her presence is gone, with only himself curled up in the corner of the room. Would she come back? What if she got enough and decided to leave him? It was cold outside, and his inside felt cold, too. And it kept getting worse. Loneliness was merely the start. Because now he was standing petrified in the room, looking at his childhood friend. He looked so angry, and Deku has never figured out why. His notebook, scorched by Kachan, now floating in the koi pond. It must have been ruined by now. Then he got shouted in the face again by Kachan, as he tried to keep his head down. If you want to be a hero so much, take a swan dive off the roof and hope that you will have a quirk in your next life. His words have always been cruel. This is just another day. It will be fine. But it would still hurt nonetheless. You can't be a hero. It's okay to have a dream, but you have to be realistic. Those words kept ringing in his ears, they wouldn't stop as they choked him inside out. I don't need you saving me, useless Deku. Being told off by Kachan once again, being criticized for being the only one that didn't stay still and watch. It kept piling up, and Deku realized that he couldn't tell anyone about this at all. It was embarrassing, but at least no one was here to see him crying his heart out. Not on the roof, anyway. Before he could register the thought swimming in his head, he stood over the edge, feeling the smooth wind caress his skin. Will everything be better if I'm gone? Such morbid thought crossed his mind. It wasn't right, but Deku couldn't help but seriously considered it. He was arrogant. He was outright delusional to think that he could be a hero. He has always been running away from that fact, and now that it hit him back, it hurt more than ever. This wasn't fair at all. What made him different from everyone else? He worked hard. He did his best in class. He tried to listen to others all the time. A quirk, apparently. Because a quirk was everything you were in this society. He was a nobody without a quirk. They would never let him be a hero. Becoming a doctor, a policeman. How was that supposed to be realistic? As such naive ideology can work. Being quirkless meant you wouldn't get a job most of the time. No one wanted to accept people with such disabilities. He could live the rest of his life wallowing in his own pain and how society was unfair. Eventually, his pain would lead him to villainy. He knew that given the chance, he would become a villain. He would take any ways to get out of this monotone life. And he didn't want it to happen. He looked down. It was a long fall. He definitely won't survive this. His only regret was leaving his mother behind. Everyone else would move on with their life soon enough. Kachan would get into UA and become a hero. It was no doubt as he was strong, smart, and resourceful. Himiko has moved on, and she will accomplish great things one day. She would become a great hero. His mother would be sad. It hurt when he thought about that, but he reassured himself that she would get over him. Without him tying her here, she could find herself a better life. Maybe she could get back with his father. Perhaps that was not the truth at all. But at this moment, negativity clouded Deku's brain that he couldn't possibly think of anything outside it. And it told him that death would solve all his problems. It won't hurt anymore. It won't hurt anymore. With that thought, Deku smiled sadly before taking a step toward the edge. He felt himself falling as the gentle wind turned vicious. It didn't give him much time to register as he heard a sickening crunch. And everything went dark. A girl with blonde hair came back with a wide grin on her face. It has been a while since she last saw Deku, assuming that was really his name, and she was curious how he is doing. Although life was getting better, she still missed her friend dearly. Toga was probably not the sharpest tool in the shed, judging by her terrible perception of social cues. But she does care about others in her own way. Or at least that is what she told herself. Eraserhead, Aizawa was very nice to take her in to live with him. He was caring, observant, and skilled. Toga guessed it came with being a hero himself. He's so cool. It would take a while for Toga to confidently call him dad, but at least now everything was not awkward anymore. Memories of a time they had a staring contest at the dining table bring shivers up her spine. That reminded her, she also needed to return the analysis book to her friend. His advice was super helpful, and he was possibly the smartest person she knew. Granted, she didn't know a lot of people, but the points still stand. Right. Okay, maybe that was a flimsy excuse for just wanting to see her friend again, but Aizawa gave her permission as long as she came home before curfew. Toga could live with that. Now where to find him? Toga remembered Deku mentioned Aldera Junior High as a passing remark. He surely must still be studying there, the year isn't over yet after all. But everything seems to be quiet. Almost too quiet for her liking. This was awfully unfitting for this time of day. Whatever it is, it's giving Toga a bad feeling. So imagine her shock when she saw how crowded the gate of the school was, with expressions varying from horrified to shocked to indifferent. Excuse me, what's happening here? Toga poked a chubby boy with red wings lightly, earning his attention. Sorry, I didn't expect. He cut himself off, as Toga narrowed her eyes in confusion. After a moment, the boy replied, apparently, a quirkless loser in my class decided he couldn't take it anymore and off himself. A fitting way to go, I must say. He spat begrudgingly. Such cruel words coming from someone so young never ceased to surprise her. And the content of it was no doubt twisted. However, no. There is something about this that unnerved her. A quirkless boy committed suicide. Quirkless. Toga can't help but remembered what Deku told him about himself. The fact that he was. Toga didn't waste another second as she jumped across the wall and weaved through the crowd. Something in her chest is beating very hard as her hold on the notebook tightens. She immediately frees when she saw a tiny body crumpled on the school ground, limbs bent in an unnatural way. It didn't take her long to realize a strand of green behind the glistening color of red. Toga can only register a loud thud as her hold on the notebook slipped. Bile started to rise in her throat. Because what's in front of her right now is no doubt coming from a nightmare. Because the person that lied right there lifelessly was once her only friend, the only one that tried to help her out. Dead. Took his own life. It couldn't be. It was so surreal so Toga can't imagine this was anything else than a bad dream. Deku has promised they would be heroes together, hasn't he? This is not funny. Deku. Wake up. She shouted but it was dried and what come out was instead broken whisper. She didn't realize tears started streaming down her face as the implication of what this meant began to set in. Deku was gone. The distant siren did nothing to wake Toga out of her stupor. If it did, she would have noticed a blond boy with red hair, a haunted look plastered on his face. It was a day after the death of the quirkless teenager named Izuku Midoriya that a strange sound came from the morgue in the dead of the night. Supporting himself sluggishly, but failed miserably as he instead rolled down the table, making him grunt in pain as his body hit the ground. Blinking in confusion at the world around him, the analyst started to take in the surrounding environment. What happened? When he opened his eyes at first, all he could register was the cold feeling coursing through his skin and confusion rampaging in his mind. The analyst felt disoriented, as thousands of thoughts filled his mind, but the real question is, what happened? He seems to be in a morgue. Could it be an accident has happened? Probably, considering that they felt the need to dump him here, it could be something lethal that normal people couldn't get back at. But other than the feeling of bareness from the lack of clothes, he can't feel anything imply that he has been through something dangerous. So he does the most reasonable thing he could in this situation, trying to find the cause of this. Whatever this situation is. Since it is the dead of night, the door is locked and there are not any people here. Realizing an opportunity, he decided to search around the room. There was some paper that gave him insight into what happened. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Quirk: quirkless. Sex: male. Cause of death: self-harm, severe head trauma. Somehow that gave the analyst a shiver up his spine. That name is familiar. No, it was his name. That doesn't sound right. His name is not supposed to be Izuku. Come to think about it, what's even his name? He can't recall if he has a name at all. That in itself isn't very reassuring. But if this paper was right, then it means there is a 98.6% chance that he suicided and actually succeeded. Which wasn't good in any shape or form, but it gave him insight into what happened. Did that mean there was some kind of revival quirk at play? Potentially delayed one. There is a 73,543% chance that it's the case. Could memory loss be a possible drawback? No, that did not really sit right with him. At all. If this is really memory loss, it doesn't explain well the specific loss of memories at a seemingly predetermined moment. In fact, the analyst couldn't remember anything aside from his own analysis. Hours dissecting heroes and villains alike, learning their weakness and routine, finding out the theory behind each of their quirk, and imagining what he would do in their place. Besides that, he can't remember anything. He knew there were people besides him, but was too fixated on his work to pay them any mind. A workaholic in every sense. But he did have surrounding awareness, and would definitely notice, or at least had a clue what would lead to this event. This couldn't be a simple memory loss, then. Unless, this could have something to do with his quirk. No, maybe not his. Was he himself a quirk? That would be a good theory, but no evidence to back it up. And what kind of quirk was he supposed to be in this situation? A quirk only activated at the user's death. That's awfully morbid. No, he could swear that he has always been there. Wouldn't explain the memories otherwise. So he could be a quirk that became dominant upon the user's death, taking over the user's dead body. That was fucked up, to say the least. What is the percentage of this being true? 50, 19%. He shouldn't make any hasty decisions. He had way too little information to make a clear judgment. The only way is to learn more. For now, it's important that he figured out what to do next. It wouldn't do him any good to waste time here. Telling somebody. Someone will surely come to the morgue in the morning, so that's something to keep in mind. Will it end up badly? There's an 89.24% chance it will. Whoever he is right now, he remembered a kind woman's presence every time he was fixated on his work. That must be his mother. How is he supposed to approach her, saying to a grieving mother her son that suicided and succeeded has woken up from the dead with no memory of his own and probably altered personality? That's a recipe for disaster if there's ever one. And he can't even imagine how he will attract unwanted attention that way. A teenage boy waking up after death. There's a 96.74% chance that someone will want to dissect him to find the secret of immortality or some shit. So yeah, that's a no-go. So first, he must get out of here, remain inconspicuous, and makes sure no one recognizes him. Which won't be hard, mind you, now that he looks in the mirror. Gone was the dark green color in his hair and viridescent of his eyes, instead replaced by lame white hair and awfully bored gray eyes. If not for the freckles on his face, he wouldn't even realize that he was Izuku Midoriya at one time. Or at least, this body was him at one time. Anyway, that means that he can just skip the disguise part. And for now, he should find a way to get out of the morgue. Perhaps he can wait until morning and sneaks out when they open the door. A classic, but it has a 67.45% chance to work without him being noticed. Or he can break the window and climb out. He decided to do the latter. It was almost lame in a way, how easy to break out of the morgue. There was no camera, but the analyst was careful not to leave behind any fingerprints. He also took with him a jean and a jacket left behind by some irresponsible morgue assistant. It even had a nameplate in it, which he ripped out and threw into the trash. The reason for this stealing was that people wouldn't respond kindly to a child barely naked, and seemingly no visible signs of having a healthy lifestyle. But seriously, no camera. He could do whatever he wanted and desiccate whatever corpse he hated. Yet, it wasn't that surprising, since he figured out why. That morgue was mostly for quirkless people, claiming that's for their special condition. Or maybe people just don't like quirkless people, even in death, which has an 86.98% chance to be true. Quirk discrimination aside, now it's time for some information gathering. The analyst must admit that he looks sketchy as hell. But many people are, so at least he can easily blend into a crowd. Seriously, the crime rate at this place is amazing. But as long as he doesn't attract attention to himself, he will be fine. He should find somewhere that has an internet connection. It would be easier to find information from there on out. That's why he spent an entire afternoon sitting in a library, using a computer to search for information that might or might not relate to his condition. It has been so easy to trick the librarian with to excuse of self-study. Well, technically that was true, and it's certainly a boon that she didn't seem to be privy to others' business. There was a countless amount of information on the internet, but he made sure he wasn't distracted by articles about some very interesting quirks and instead focus on getting his problem fixed first. There were quite a few articles that caught his eye, however. First, there was one that mentioned a fairly popular disorder, DID, short for dissociative identity disorder, that was characterized by the multiple personalities aspect. That was pretty close considering that's accompanied by gaps in memory when different personalities took control. So perhaps he's still Izuku or an aspect of him. It also said that it often happened as a result of long-term childhood trauma. Fun. Second, he figured out that he probably has an analysis quirk. Maybe not Izuku Midoriya, but him exclusively. There was an article about how quirks work in people with personality disorders. In some cases, different personalities used quirks in different ways that appeal to their outlets. In some cases where different personalities had access to different aspects of a quirk. A child, called G for a disclosed reason, used a strong healing quirk usually, but during personality shifts, instead, used everyone else's life force to bounce back from a mortal injury. That didn't explain why analysis came to be from a seemingly quirkless child, but it was something to look out for later. Then, albeit a little unrelated, there was an urban legend about a character called Boogeyman that has thousands of quirks, that could take and give quirk at his own will. A terrifying ability, but Atlas was not something he had time to pay any mind to. After that, the analyst tried to read anything he could, absorbing information like a sponge and even using the public library to hack into some sensitive files from the association involving multiple aspects quirks. He would make do with what he got. He also figured out bits and pieces about his supposed family. Izuku Midoriya lived with his mother, his father left when he was young, and he was enrolled in Aldera Junior High. There were already a lot of red flags involving this, which the analyst tried to ignore. He was not Izuku Midoriya. But who was he, then? And that was when the analyst decided to make up his own name. It was needed for basic social interaction. Besides, it would be kinda hard not to answer when somebody tried to ask you. Mikumo Akutani was his choice of name, which involved a little bit of shifting of Izuku Midoriya that produced the final result. But now when the sun starts to go down, Mikumo began to regret being too absorbed in his work that he forgot to find somewhere to stay the night. He missed having a home. Or being alive, in this case. It was unnerving to realize that everything couldn't be the same anymore. Even if he wasn't Izuku, having a roof above his head helped a lot with his research. And Wi-Fi, apparently, but he was getting tired, and there was nowhere for him to sleep. Begrudgingly, he settled for some old sofa in the heap of trash overflowing Dagoba Beach. This day has been especially tiring, to say the least. And strangely, he felt comfortable sleeping in the trash. Blame his apathy. With a general outline of what to do tomorrow, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Thinking about the mess that he was about to face didn't reassure him in the slightest. When Mikumo closed his eyes, a maniac instead took his place as she opened her eyes to the cold surrounding. Twitching her body in confusion, and possibly surprise, she rolled down from the sofa. That prickling sensation in her back wasn't helping at all. But she miscalculated as her body escaped the sofa only to hit a broken television on the way. Fuck, she cursed, rubbing her hurting head. Who put that there? Totally not cool at all. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, that feeling would soon be overwhelmed by the feeling of awe and surprise in her heart. She inspected her hand, closing and opening it, tries to move her body around, and even attempt to do a backflip, which she succeeded, somehow. The thing is, she felt her body listening intently to whatever her mind had to say, as she tried to do a quick jab. Spectacular. However, what's happening here? She could remember the memory of training in self-defense class, refining her move to the fullest. But this is the first time she woke up to the cold of the night. What could have caused this? Should she be concerned? Nah, no uses thinking about that. What's important now is that she explores this new territory to the fullest. If this is the first time, then it means she broke some sort of limitation, right? That could be exciting in a way. So with that in mind, the maniac took off sprinting as she took the scenery of the beach in, feeling the cool air colliding with her face. She jumped, using her feet to occasionally kick away pieces of metal on the way, grinning madly as she felt its weight collide with her feet. It was the first time she felt this kind of freedom as excitement bubbled in her chest. Why do you want to learn to fight? So in a way, I'm not helpless. People will always think of you as helpless. Then at least, I can lessen her burden. Will it be enough? It will never be enough, but I will never go anywhere without trying. Ha, I like your answer, kid. Now, welcome to my self-defense class. The maniac runs forward with all her might, taking in every shred of freedom seeping through the air. The night sky was beautiful, filled to the brim with glittering stars. Literature hasn't been her strong suit, so she could only say that she liked the feeling. It was enjoyable, to say the least. Comes to think of it, she was enjoying everything to the maximum. She can feel the rasp sensation of sand against her bare feet, the wind hugging her body as her hair sways in it. She feels like she is her own person. No, she has always been her own person, and she wouldn't hesitate to punch anyone that thought otherwise. If anyone sees her now, they would think she is crazy. A little girl, alone by the beach, cackling madly as she runs around. A maniac, so to say. Not like she gives a shit about what others think. In fact, she doesn't even understand why some people were so affected by it. But that doesn't matter right now. She is just glad to see the outside world, to explore everything that she hasn't seen. She was so immersed in her sightseeing that she would lose track of time. But she had restraint. Eventually, after enough time exploring that junkyard of a beach, the maniac decided that she should move her attention elsewhere. Not that she has grown bored of it, but rather she was afraid. All her life has been spent in that defense class, learning everything she could about how to protect herself, and her teacher even showed her his accumulating tricks to take people down effortlessly. Point is, she doesn't know how long this moment will last. Will she wake up once again in that confined space, practicing her moves all day long? After tasting freedom for the first time, she was afraid she would go mad if she went back once again. Sad as it is, this starry night and the sandy ground was the first taste of the outside world for her, and she would be a fool to give it up. And so this night, desperate to clutch onto the feeling of freedom in her chest, the maniac began to roam around just for the thrill of it. Knowing her luck, it won't be that simple. The maniac has never seen these colorful lights before, brimming the streets as the cacophony of noise never stopped buzzing. There were a lot of people she didn't recognize. She never knew the world as so large. As she loitered around a clothing store, she saw her reflection in the glass staring back at her. Messy blonde hair, and red eyes with yellow rings around her irises. Amused, she smiled at the glass to see her sharp teeth. Did that perhaps look a little bit too intimidating? Annoyingly, she spotted familiar freckles littering her cheek. Rubbing it brought her a sense of nostalgia. A memory that wasn't her own, helpless and painful. She shrugged it off. It doesn't matter now, it hasn't been for a long time. Deciding that she has messed around enough, the maniac continued her journey in the city. Ouch, and not forget to scoff as she walked straight into a streetlight. Okay, what is the deal between her and Iron? Okay, this is so not going according to her plan. Comes to think of it, she didn't have a plan at all. Oops. Maybe exploring the alleyway which literally everyone else tried to avoid is not a good idea, but she herself wasn't the brightest person alive. And apparently, not brightest meant walking into a dark alleyway, where lowlifes such as criminals, thugs, or even villains resided. Because for all it was worth, she saw a person lying on the ground, bleeding a copious amount of blood as 6 people with knives surrounded him. Not the ideal scenario for a going-out night. At all. Okay. They haven't noticed her yet, maybe she could slip away quietly. Just need to close her eyes and left this man to die. As brutal as it sounded, this was the most logical course of action. I want to become strong. Strong. An admirable goal, indeed. But people can become strong too with only their minds. You're a smart kid, I'm sure you will manage nonetheless. Perhaps. But my mind can't bring me what I want. It's not enough. Is that so? What kind of strength do you have in mind, then? I want to become strong. I don't want the kind of superiority that you have to stomp at people around you to boost your ego. I want to be someone that's strong enough to protect the one I love. What about a complete stranger, then? Will you save them, too? It's not logical to. Well, who was she kidding? Screw it. Hey, assholes, look over here, she shouted, as her body shifted into a fighting stance. It wasn't professional, but at least it looked cool. These thugs looked back with surprised expressions, which soon melt into vicious snarls. Okay, taking 6 armed people at one probably wasn't a good idea. But again, she didn't take pride in her ability to reason much. Fuck logic, anyhow. Oh, what do we have here? A little girl trying to be a hero. Why don't you run back to your mother and... Well, he didn't get to finish his sentences as his face was met with a lightning-fast round kick to the face. His head snapped to the side as he kissed the earth. How graceful. You bitch, another exclaimed in anger as he tried to stab her with his knife. Predictable. She sidestepped, avoiding the attack completely before landing a good punch on his temple, knocking him out cold. 4 left. It was actually quite easy. These men didn't seem to have any prior martial arts skills, likely relying on their quirk too much. And she got the jump on them first. It would still be difficult to deal with them, but the adrenaline coursing in her vein was exhilarating. She didn't realize she was grinning, as her eyes widened in manic excitement. However, all of them decided to attack her at once this time. She was trained to pick up the slightest clue about her opponent and noticed unusual movement from the 2 of them. Quirk incoming. The maniac rolled away, dodging a handful of glue spraying out, almost restricting her movement. Then a flash of light erupted, blinding her vision. Realizing the immediate danger, she jumped back just in time to hear a whoosh sound in the air. Looked like she got lucky. But being disoriented can be fatal in a fight, so she kept her senses up. Footsteps coming from. The maniac ducked, her legs sweeping around, hitting a thug from behind her, and making him lose his balance. Not waiting for him to get back up, she kicked hard in his head, making him down for the count. Her vision is still a bit fuzzy, but she tried her best to remain still, relying on her ability to discern which targets are needed to be prioritized. The light guy was doing something suspicious again with his face, covering it. Realizing an opportunity, she doubled back, grabbing a knife on the way, launching it into his shoulder. Hearing the guy shout in pain was amusing, but she wasted no time as she weaved through 2 of the guy ahead of her, using her momentum to knock the guy down. With a well-placed punch, he stayed down. However, she miscalculated as she turned back to a handful of glue sprayed at her as she tries to shield it with her hand. It didn't do anything other than restrict her ability to strike back. Shit. The remaining guy sprinted forward, knife aiming high. She decided to meet the attack head-on, taking him by surprise, knocking the knife out of his hand. Before she could celebrate, however, she saw a metallic shine in his hand and she reacted a bit too late to escape the metal slicing through her skin, drawing blood. Oh fuck! She screamed in pain as she tries to untangle herself from him, but he caught on and instead moves to attack her again. Shit, this situation is not good at all. She doesn't have a backup plan for this. This is gonna hurt, she thought as she braced herself, preparing a counter when... Boom! An abnormal sound echoed in the middle of the night as the man suddenly stopped in shock, his fingers charred and mangled, dripping with blood. He couldn't even show surprise fast enough as he was met with a swift kick to the face. What? She needed to win this fight first. Abnormal events could be left for later. With the last of his comrade down, Glue Man seemed to be nervous as he stepped back. No, you don't. The maniac snarled as she sprinted forward, and the man foolishly used his hand to shield his head. Only to be met with a devastating kick to the nut. As he screamed in misery, he was met with another kick to the face as he went limp. Now the alleyway looks like a massacre has happened. Surprisingly, no one died. Yet, grunting in pain, the maniac tries to get rid of the glue on her hand, shuddering in disgust. Now the adrenaline is wearing off, everything is starting to fucking hurt. Reluctantly, she looks at her bleeding arm. Only to find no wound at all. Well, it still hurts like hell, and there is actually a line of brighter skin where she has been cut. At least she is not bleeding out. And that's reassuring to know. Whatever happened, it worked in her favor. Shrugging off the smell of iron infecting the air, she checked who she tried to save a moment ago. Lying at the corner of the alley has been him, spiky black hair, and looking quite thin to be honest. There is a slash on his sides, drawing blood. His face looks kind of unnerving. At first, she thought that he has been injured by someone with a corrosive quirk, but it seemed that it just scars littering his whole jaw. It looked painful, wrinkled with a sickening purple, patched together. Whatever happened, she couldn't imagine it to be pleasant. She doesn't have time to put up with shit like this. And she doesn't even get paid. Sighing in defeat, she carefully picks him up, bridal style. He seems to be lighter than she thought, and luckily still unconscious. Her priority now is to get out of there first since the thug could wake up at any time, and she doesn't want distractions. One of them even has a quirk that turns his hand into sharp metal, so restraining them is useless. Okay, at this point, she is just creating more work for herself. Whatever happens tonight, it will hardly be worth it. If it was unnerving walking in the alleyway before, and that feeling is now doubled with the dead weight in her hand. After making sure the coast is clear, the maniac puts Scar Boy down, and his body leans against the wall. Rolling up his shirt, she begins to apply first aid. Luckily the cut wasn't that deep, but it probably hurt like hell. There was no disinfectant in sight, so she can only make do. With an overall clean rag ripped from the clothes of the thug, she wrapped it around his waist, stopping the blood. It was not perfect medical skill, but it would keep him alive. Well, he won't bleed out, but he can still get the wound infected. And the wound was surprisingly minor, so he will wake up in due time. Come to think of it, how did he even get knocked out in the first place? Whatever it was, he has been lucky, that's for sure. But anyway, the problem was solved then. Now what? Must she babysit him until he wakes up? This night is still young, and she can think of many places left she hasn't gone to yet. But she can't actually leave him here, can she? Damn it. Oh, she totally can, but she won't be a dick about it. Make sure he's up and running and then they can go their merry way. Who knows, maybe he's under the effect of a quirk or something. She doesn't need that kind of conscience clouding her mind. Oh, come to think of it, there was something weird that happens in that alleyway, right? An explosion came from nowhere and her skin stitched itself together. Right, that was definitely a quirk. How exciting. Does it mean she can blow people up now? And regenerating, too. Okay, this will need some testing to be sure. Explosion, she shouted at the air, focusing her mind on making the air before she blew up. And nothing happens. It made sense to not be that simple. Exploding air with a thought would be an absolutely broken ability. And she wasn't even that lucky. But that was disappointing. Does it mean that it was just a fluke? No, it couldn't be. She didn't spot anyone around that might have a quirk like that around, and certainly, the criminal wouldn't go self-destructing like that. Talk about self-destructing. Wait, could it be? The maniac remembered the moment when that thug sliced her arm, and succeeded. His metal arm was covered in her blood. This must have something to do with it, right? It might sound crazy, but destructive quirks were not rare at all. Testing out her theory with newfound vigor, the maniac grabbed a knife she stashed away from the fight, squinting her eyes as it cut through her palm, drawing a bit of blood. It dripped into the ground as she felt a burning sensation. If this is true, it's sure a morbid quirk. The maniac took a step back, reliving in the feeling of smoothness starting to fill her palm. She then focused on the droplet of blood staining the ground and boom! She jumped back in shock, body tensed. Holy shit! The maniac exclaimed in shock as a smile slowly plastered across her face. The ground was scorched by a black mark, and it seemed to be strong enough to let loose the cement a bit. And it's only a few droplets. Imagine how much destruction it can cause with a whole vial of it. Many interesting scenarios started to overflow her head. The maniac was resourceful. She would take anything that gave her leverage in a fight, and this was the perfect factor. This can be devastating. Her quirk can literally make her blood explode, and a side quirk factor to make sure she won't bleed to death. But this means that her current fighting style is NHG. A whimper from behind her snapped her out of her though. Scar Boy is awake. It's about time, she exclaimed as she suddenly ducked to avoid an arc of flame engulfing her face. Ah. What the fuck? Then she found Scar Boy holding out his hand as blue flame danced around it. Oh, figure. And she just decided to be a good person, too. She rolled, dodging the hot searing flame that melted the cement next to her. Thinking quickly, the maniac grabbed her jacket and threw it at Scar Boy's face. It took him off guard as the jacket covered his vision. She took the opportunity to throw the knife in the opposite direction as Scar Boy tried to burn it. Gotcha. She sprinted forward, grabbing his neck, and pinning him to the ground. He immediately started to struggle. Don't move, she ordered in a cold voice, as she felt him twitch under her grasp. I won't hesitate to defend myself if you have any funny ideas. You aren't at your full strength. You won't even be a threat. He grunted in response, but feeling her steady grasp on his neck, he had no choice but to drop his hand. Okay, that's no way to treat the one saving your ass. She sighed, annoyed at the sudden attack. What? He asked, his hand still holding up, confused. What do you think? She rolled her eyes. You were like, surrounded by 6 guys or so, unconscious and bleeding. You might have been dead if not for me. Show some gratitude. Recognizing that he wouldn't try to attack anymore, she released him while keeping her attention intact. It seems that he has realized she wasn't hostile. Oh, he said, rubbing the sides of his stomach, thanks. I guess. She snorted, a bored look on her face. Now, Scar Boy, you caused me a lot of trouble, you know. She squinted her eyes, moving closer to him. I had to fight off 6 people bigger than me, with quirks causing me a lot of inconveniences. Then after saving you, the first thing you do was attack me. I need compensation. Well, did that sound gang-like at all? She didn't know enough about social interaction, but it was sure intimidating enough, right? He looked away from her scrutinizing gaze. You own me, she said simply. What? I won't say it twice, Scar Boy. She snorted, her posture lax. Don't you think you're too young to ask me such a favor? He asked, flabbergasted. The maniac swore she could choke this son of a bitch right now, right here. But she wants to see her good deed come to fruition, so. Not that kind of favor. She scoffed, annoyed at the implications, and I'm not the one getting babysitted here. He mumbled something in frustration but eventually stopped. I experienced how powerful your quirk was. How did these lowlifes get you anyway? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Now looking back at it, she can see the skin on his hand blister, probably a drawback of that powerful quirk. She can still feel the heat creeping above her head. I answered a question and my body felt hard to move. One of them bound my hand with his quirk, and one caught me off guard with his metal quirk. He answered, obviously displeased with the predicament. Everything after then was a blur. A paralysis, with verbal activation requirement. Dangerous indeed. Anyone can be caught in it by surprise. They seemed to have a dream team for as long as someone answered a question, it would be a free win for them. Lucky for her that she seemed to take out the paralysis guy first. Provocation and intimidation are tactics that Sensei taught her, too. Shit would hit the fan if she knocked out literally anyone else first. That was something to remember for later. She won't be so lucky next time. But she had a reputation to keep. You were lucky this time, Scar Boy. Dobby. Call me Dobby. Loud and clear, Scar Boy. She laughed, earning a glare directed at her face. Anyway, what's the favor you asked? I'm an informant, but since you saved my life, I can offer information for free. He has said, but to be blunt, she didn't really care about information at this point. Besides, he was acting so high and mighty, so she'd better rub it right back at his face. I don't know any about that. Frankly, I can't think of anything yet. But I will surely come back if I thought of one, she said, rubbing her chin. Wait, so does that means you save me, without knowing who I am? He sounded surprised, and she was taken aback. Shouldn't you be glad that you stay alive? What's the point of asking pointless questions? Yeah, You are not a pop star, you know. Sarcasm must be dripping off her voice right now as he looked like he was about to burn her to a crisp at any given time. Sorry. That was uncalled for. I guess I'm used to ulterior motives when dealing with people. You still owe me a favor, you know. I could tell that you were clueless about that. You don't know anything, do you? I know that I will cave your head in if you continue to probe for more information from me. She snarled. Getting the hint, Scarboy kept his head down. He probably didn't want to pick a fight when he was so vulnerable. Good. If that's all, see y'all later, Scarboy. I'm very busy, you see. She said, standing up. You should probably see a doctor. I'm not an expert, so you might get an infection. Better be safe than sorry. Just as she's about to go, he asked one again. Can I know what your name is? We will meet each other again, after all. Quote, quote. Now that was surprising, but she could get behind that. And, little girl, was getting a bit too annoying for a nickname. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth. Call me Kakiru, she said as she took off sprinting, madly cackling as she continued her rampage. Which probably left the whole street concerned for their lives, but who cares? The fun is not over yet. She has already wasted enough time. Although, he was amusing. If she can come back, she will look for him again. The next morning, Mikumo woke up in an abandoned building, barefooted, his entire body aching and blood-stained on his dusty jacket. Damn it, was all he managed to utter. Dabi has never been a lucky guy, and he himself knew that. What he thought to be a normal night ended up with him falling into an elaborate trap, and getting his saved by a strange girl. Or at least he assumed she was a girl by her squeaky voice. He could be wrong, but she didn't seem to be denying it. Okay, maybe strange was an understatement. Everything about her demeanor just screamed borderline insane. He didn't think she would be easy to deal with, because contrary to what others think, Dabi was not insane. Yet, just dead inside. Well, aside from her worrying behavior, she was like your average high school girl. Short blonde hair, fierce gaze, and explosive personality. If that high school girl was also a gangster, and even that was doubtful at best. She was surprisingly skilled, and if her words were anything to come by, she took out 6 guys with synergizing quirks by herself. Of course, she couldn't have won in a straight fight, but that was impressive nonetheless. And as much as it hurt his already inflated ego, she did kick his ass. And that was one of the most embarrassing moments of his life. Granted, he was not at full strength at that moment, but she was fast and had an incredible instinct. If she had the jump on him, then he doubted he could react as fast. She was unnerving in many ways, not just her behavior, but her manner of speech, the way she carried herself, how her sharp teeth glinted and eyes focused on him like he was some sort of prey, something to dissect. The fact he knew nothing about her quirk but the sound of an explosion waking him up put him on edge somehow. This girl was a wild card, coming from seemingly nowhere. Who could she be? Ouch. Stop moving. I haven't finished putting you back yet. Clear, Doc. The doctor. He never knew her name, and frankly didn't care. At all. But he knew she was putting up with his shit, having to treat him on almost a daily basis. Maybe one day, she will snap and stab him with a scalpel. Who knows? Come back to the girl. She said her name was Kakiru. The fact that this wasn't a real name led him to a dead end. It would fit as a nickname, though. The girl seemed young, about 12 to 15 if he had to guess. She was shrewd and didn't seem to be opposed to using dirty tricks in a fight. She wasn't the naive type kind of girl, and under the facade of insanity, she was calculating his every move. She must at least have some knowledge about how this worked if that was the case. And now, he apparently owes her a favor. For saving his life. As much as he wanted to disappear right there and then, he had a big asshole he had to eliminate. Maybe then he would be content to die. Or to live, but it would be regretful if he died without completing his goals. Dabi could only sigh at his own growing negativity. Damn it all. Dabi has learned firsthand when he escaped the hell he called home, that the world was fucked up and everything had a price. Everyone had ulterior motives for helping him. However, that girl was an enigma. She didn't know who he was and still tried to save him. That could mean she wasn't in deep with criminals or villains like he thought. Which was honestly relieving. Perhaps someone close to her used to be active in the underworld. Or could she used to be one herself? She seemed young, but looks can be deceiving. No, that didn't seem to be plausible, either. Not to brag, but in the underworld, Dobby was a reliable informant, and that earned him quite a reputation. So he could at least catch wind of someone with a distinguished appearance like this. But nothing came up at all, as she has never existed before any of this. And it scared Dobby because it was bad news if his information failed him. Perhaps she was not from around here. It would explain her ignorance and lacks of record, but that raised a question. What was she doing at this place? For fuck's sake, he should be happy that he was saved. He was reckless and almost got killed. But it worked out in the end, and at least he gets to live another day. But he couldn't help the bubbling annoyance rising inside his chest. But he ignored it for the time being. The point is, to an informant, information is power, and they don't like outside factors that hurt their odds. Kakeru was definitely one of those. And she was definitely uncontrollable. If so, then he had to make sure that whatever it was didn't blow up in his face. He already got enough of that with his quirk. Mysteries are meant to be solved, and Dobby could think of many answers and hypotheses. But alas, nothing concrete. He knew too little. It could have something to do with this place. If so, perhaps this wouldn't be the last time he saw her. Can't say he is looking forward to it, but Dobby never left a debt unpaid. And no stone unturned, taking into account this massive variable. He needs information. Desperately. If meeting a maniac is what it takes, then why not? It hurt. His entire body felt like someone just wrecked it with a hammer. There is a 100% chance that something happened last night. It didn't do anything to ease the ache, but figuring out what the hell happened would be a step in the right direction. And so, Mikumo began to look into his own memory for any indicators of what happened. Okay, first, he remembered yesterday night when he went to sleep before waking up here. The point is, nothing seems strange then. In fact, he felt nothing until he woke up here. But something definitely happened. His muscle was tense and his whole body was aching. These were signs of strenuous activities, which should be impossible. Second, he noticed dots of blood littering his jacket. There were also some pink marks on his arm and palm that resembled healed scars. It was unnerving just to look at it. Lastly, the fact that he was somewhere else entirely was nothing to laugh at. Sleepwalking couldn't possibly take him this far. In fact, he couldn't believe he made it here without being mugged on the way. In this area, crime rates were high, and also the nest of criminals and aspiring villains. No one felt safe even in the morning, not to mention at night when anyone could mug, beep, or kill you. So without some sort of awareness, he couldn't possibly make it through these alleyways. And he knew better to avoid such a place. But this did raise some interesting theories though. What if this was not his, but someone else's doing? There is a 67% chance for such a crazy theory to be true. Izuku Midoriya most likely had DID, a personality disorder that basically meant multiple people living in one body. The fact that he might be one of the personalities had him thinking, but surely he wouldn't be the only one if that was the case. Even so, he wasn't completely sure this could turn out to be true. In fact, this was nothing but a shot in the dark. Factors are to be considered, but nothing concrete. Especially when it involved theories about a dead kid that turned out to have a strange and volatile quirk. Look like it's time for some information gathering, after all. Okay, this alley is a mess. There were dried up bloodstains littering the ground, most likely from a fight. Which wasn't that rare in this part of town. But what is exciting was the fact this should probably be a quirk fight. Also, there were some sticky substances on the ground, most likely from a quirk. It has dried up and looked like glue. Perhaps this was used to restrain someone. There was even a star-burst mark on the ground, which was no doubt from an explosion. It must be highly combustible if it caused this much damage. If he had to guess, someone with an explosion quirk was fighting off the guy with a glue quirk, and possibly many others. He must be crazy to take on all of them, but did it nonetheless. The explosion guy didn't get out unscathed, but he managed to repel his opponents, it seemed, violently. But it didn't just stop there. He also found some very interesting information after asking people around. Apparently, they heard the sound of fighting and explosion in the middle of the night, nothing too surprising considering the place they lived. No, apparently, they heard the sound of laughter while they were at it. Many said it was delirious, malicious, and the kind that you only heard from a maniac. That may be why the police decided to label her the maniac. Yes, her. Residents said that the aggressor's voice was high-pitched, so she must be a woman, or a teenage boy. Or a teenage girl, whatever worked. Police have been notified only to see at the scene 6 unconscious criminals. One of them woke up and tried to escape, only to be restrained by a hero before making it anywhere. Information hasn't been disclosed yet, but nothing Mikumo couldn't get with internet access. Hacking into the database wasn't that much of a hassle at all. Those criminals were skilled and worked for a major gang in town. After getting information about their quirks, Mikumo could see why. They were a dream team that could put even pro heroes in trouble. A guy that Quirk produced light strong enough to blind opponents, a guy that sprayed glue to restrain the opponent's movement. A quirk that turned the user's hand into sharp metal, a quirk that made the user less noticeable, and a quirk that allowed the user to see through rough material. Most dangerous of all was a guy that can paralyze people through verbal response. It took a while to reach its full potential, but it's nearly impossible to win once it took effect. All of them were defeated by a little girl, or so they said. She just came out of nowhere. A girl with blonde hair, eyes red with yellow rings around her irises. She was skilled, hitting the target's weak points, and knocking them out almost immediately. There were many girls in the database with similar appearances, but things weren't going to be that easy. How surprising it seemed to be that she had some sort of explosion quirk. She fought off one of the gangsters with it. The explosion was strong enough to bend and melt metal, judging by the injury. No one knows the catalyst for the explosion, but perhaps it had something to do with her body fluid. The chance is 34% because a lot of explosion quirks were based on catalysts to ignite and cause spontaneous reactions. Either way, no blonde girl was to be found with exactly similar eyes possessing a similar quirk. So this investigation has come to a dead end for now. Or so Mikumo thought when he spotted a crucial detail. Although it wasn't clear, one of the criminals said he saw freckles littering under her eyes. A dead giveaway. That made his theory getting more and more plausible. And if this was true, then Izuku Midoriya might hold one of the most interesting quirks. Okay, so this may sound crazy without context, but Mikumo thinks he himself was behind all that. Or rather, a part of himself. Another side of him. Another him. He will go with one of the personalities of Izuku Midoriya for now. He had a hypothesis for Izuku Midoriya's quirk. It was a quirk that created split personalities with unique quirks that resonated with their character. He hasn't met any others' personalities, and this was only a hypothesis, but he was 99% sure of it. He noticed he himself had a problem. Noticeably his apathy. He realized his drive was logical instead of emotional. He tended to analyze his surrounding to a terrifying degree, often ignoring what normal people often take into account for the best result. Wouldn't it be a fitting attitude for a quirk that disregarded emotions for pure calculation? Granted, he didn't think he was incapable of sympathy and basic human emotions, but so far, other than his analysis and his thirst for knowledge, he didn't find anything worth caring about. If that girl was also a personality, then this would be a problem. A borderline maniac that was insanely skilled and quirk could explode people into non-existence was not reassuring at all. But alas, as long as she didn't intervene with his control, then things would be fine. It would be safe to assume that she couldn't be the only one, too. He should take note of the gap in his memory to determine further. After all, this quirk sounded like a carnation of chaos. And perhaps this may solve the question of the year: what happened to Izuku Midoriya? According to Mikumo's calculation, every personality could die like a normal person. It would explain why he woke up at the morgue and checked the time stamps. He has never been awoken at this time before. So maybe when a personality died, their control went to a different personality. And when a personality dies, the body resets to its original unharmed state. Semi-revival factor, it seemed. That might explain why he only becomes dormant after Izuku Midoriya's death. Basically, he became stronger because the main body died, thus lending him control. And it would be safe to assume he wasn't the only one Izuku's death affected. Poor Izuku died not knowing he had a quirk his whole life, after being beaten down by society. But in his death, Mikumo got to live, so it worked in his favor after all. He should feel joy or disgust at his thought, but Mikumo couldn't feel anything. Calculation overtook his mind by storm, and he couldn't find himself disregarding it. The potential of this quirk was endless. Not knowing what your other selves were doing was a drawback, but nothing the analyst couldn't solve. So gleefully, Mikumo began tinkering with his plan to communicate with the other personality. It should prove to be helpful to know more and help this situation become much less unpredictable. And most of all, he needed confirmation. Setting up a board asking, "What's your name?" might not sound like much, but if he found out anything from what he heard, then it would be safe to assume that this stupid plan was the most likely to succeed. Well, the other personality was probably not right in the head. Mikumo would admit he wasn't, too, but at least he was rational. Besides, if she was really a maniac, then this could work. Maniacs often did things they deemed as interesting, as long as they felt like it, the opposite of rationality. As long as it caught her attention, she would have no problem revealing facts that she didn't find dangerous for others to know. If his intuition was to be trusted, then it had a 99.89% chance to work. Even if this failed, it was no loss for him, either. Sucked that he still had to sleep in this glorified junkyard, but he would find accommodation somewhere else in the future. Probably. For now, he can only close his eyes and hope for the best. Mikumo tried to stay awake, but eventually, the darkness took over him. Kakeru opened her eyes once again, surprised to see herself walking up again in the middle of the night. On the exact beach, and the exact old sofa. But surprise soon turned into excitement. Does that mean that this is a permanent thing now? Well, she did rush things last time, fearing that there wouldn't be a second chance to experience freedom. But if this meant anything, then this kind of thing would be a lot more constant from this point onward. Now that she comes back here again, she can't help but express her joy. Sucked that it happened only at night, but she wasn't complaining. It was better than the few hours of consciousness at the self-defense class anyway. That was when she spotted the board with the line, "What's your name?" sitting opposite her. Who wrote that? Did that guy bring her here? If so, he must know her name, right? That was incredibly suspicious. Wait, comes to think of it, she didn't even know her name. And she must be cautious of messages that seemed harmless at first like this. But she was in the mood, so why not? Grabbing the marker near there, she hastily scribbles the name, Kakeru. It won't matter anyway. Kakeru was just a name she randomly thought and realized it was cool, so decided to keep it. It shouldn't be something important. It wasn't her real name as far as she knew. Or at least she thought so. Anyway, who cares about that sort of thing, really? With that thought, Kakeru jumped off the pile of trash, starting her rampage once again. Or at least tried to, before a grumbling noise overtook the silence of the night. Kakeru was undeniably flustered. Hungry. And wasn't that a bummer? Kakeru hardly ever felt hungry. Sure, she knew the sensation of her stomach yearning for food, as training caused her a lot of energy after all. But that was merely an annoyance. Or so she thought, because now she is starving. Well, it might just be her overreacting, but that was the gist of it. And also, she needed to be in her best shape if she still wanted to explore. Comes to think of it, the cuisine is also worth exploring, isn't it? But her hunger was dwindling down her excitement for finding new things, and that in itself was so unacceptable. So right now, she must focus on the biggest goal of her life. That was finding something to eat, of course, and preferably something delicious. Definitely something delicious. Okay, she might sound like an airhead looking for food to fill her stomach, but this is survival. Don't judge. That said, there was food everywhere, but they weren't edible in the slightest. Those pizzas in the trash smelled terrible that made her want to puke, and she couldn't imagine what would happen if she digested them. Whatever happens, it won't be pretty. But she might have a way around this predicament. Her mind cast back to Scarboy and remembered that he still owed her a favor. Sure, he looked sketchy as hell, and maybe trying too hard at being absolute emo, but an informant couldn't possibly be poor. Right, well, Kakeru didn't know much about him, and wouldn't care to figure out more, but he was literally the only one she knew right now. Did she feel proud to know she was leeching off others so much? Of course. To be fair, she saved his life, so he probably won't be stingy about taking her out for dinner. Probably. He would be petty, otherwise. So with a new goal in mind and her stomach to fill, Kakeru set out to find her favorite trauma arsonist. Well, technically true, since he was the only arsonist she knew. She still liked the name, Scarboy, better, though. Okay, this is fucking stupid. What was going with his luck these days? Yesterday being taken by surprise by a group of thugs and getting hishanded to him by a little girl was already bullshit on so many levels. But fate gave him the middle finger again today by shoving a hero in his face. A fucking hero. Well, it couldn't be that much of a problem considering he had a quirk that could turn others into ashes almost instantly, right? Apparently, fate gave him another middle finger with its other hand. Because of all heroes he had to face, it had to be Eraserhead. Eraserhead, he realized from his fighting style and signature scarf, even though he was not a very well-known hero. But Dobby did his research, and Eraserhead was one of the decent ones. It was unfortunate to meet him here. Unfortunately for Dobby, that bullshit quirk was fucking overpowered. He experienced it firsthand, having his quirk completely nullified, forcing him to fight with the hero basically quirkless. Moments like this made him wish he had learned how to fight without his quirk. As useful as his fighting had been, it was refined taking into account his quirk, which now rendered it mostly useless. Great, fantastic even. Eraserhead's fighting style was impeccable and natural. He hit true and precise. He actually made this fight look too easy for Dobby's liking. It in fact was. And his stamina was wearing thin. Dobby knew he couldn't win this fight and was looking to get away. But that put a lapse in his judgment. That damn scarf of the hero shot at him like a tendril as it wrapped around his ankle, and Dobby felt himself being slammed into the ground with no way to fight back. Oh, come on. He wanted to struggle, but his entire body felt sore, and his mind was hazy. Dobby registered the cold feeling of metallic as no doubt he had been cuffed. Eraserhead blinked, but the feeling of his quirk didn't come back. Quirk suppressing cuffs for the win, huh? Fuck, he couldn't even judge the situation clearly. Now, he most definitely will go to jail, and that didn't sound appealing to him at all. Eraserhead wiped the floor with him. And even with how much he was fuming right now, there was nothing he could do about it. He just felt so goddamn tired. Dobby closed his eyes as exhaustion took over him, oblivious to what was about to happen. This evening just turned out to be a lot more than Kakeru bargained for, and she just wanted to find something to eat. Well, she found Scarboy and caught sight of him getting beaten up by a homeless-looking guy. As much as she wanted to laugh at his misery, she still needed Scarboy. For her well-deserved meal, of course. So defying all reason, Kakeru decided to be an idiot and rushed in. Let go of Scarboy. Kakeru screamed as she threw a knife at the strange man, followed by a kick aimed at his face. The man dodged the knife, and managed to block her kick but was pushed back nonetheless. Damn it, looked like Scarboy got in big trouble this time. She grimaced in annoyance. The element of surprise was lost, and now she must fight even equal footing. She didn't really think this through, huh? But who cares? Kakeru jumped back, trying to grab Scarboy and get the hell out of there, but has to dodge as the man's scarf flung past her, almost getting her trapped. If he wants to play that kind of game, then fine. She didn't have any ranged weapon, and this knife was the only one she had left, so it would be pointless to keep her distance. Then the best solution now will be to take this man out quickly. She sprinted forward, twirling her knife as the man sidestepped. Clicking her tongue, the maniac attempted to crack his nut, but he easily blocked it. He had experience, it seemed. But Kakeru wasn't done as she let go of her knife. Now two hands grabbed the collar of the man's shirt tightly. She then headbutted him as hard as she could, leaving the both of them in a daze. Yes, both of them. Kakeru recovered quicker, picking up her knife from the ground and slashing at his stomach. It would hit. If he didn't open his eyes. His eyes glowed red, making Kakeru feel an indescribable frosty feeling, and almost froze in place. She snapped out of it, but it gave him enough time to dodge. It won't happen twice, Kakeru thought as she once again attempted to attack. Fighting this man, Kakeru realized she was pretty much outclassed. Not by a large margin, but definitely enough to know she couldn't win. It pissed her off somehow. This man had skills, real skills, and proper martial arts, not just street fighting technique and cutthroat strategy. And this fight showed. At this point, she might get swept in with Scar Boy. She needed something, a distraction to get away. The man was relentless, his hand and feet were deadly in themselves, his mind was clear and his judgment was precise. And he even had a scarf that is pretty much an extra limb at this point. He had a quirk that was activated by eye contact. But that gave the maniac an idea to take advantage of that. But first, she had to take out that annoying goggles. She jumped back and readied her stance. Kakeru then weaved through the way of his scarf, grabbing it by her hand. Shit, her hand was bleeding, and she realized the scarf was not made of normal fabric but likely some kind of metal alloy. It was razor sharp around the edge and durable enough. That is for later, though. Gritting her teeth, Kakeru stabbed the knife down, pinning it to the ground. Not a moment wasted, she sprinted forward, using her feet to kick at his face. He blocked it, but not fast enough and his goggle got dislocated. That was enough. The maniac spun around, opening her palm as a handful of dust blew freely in the wind, right into the man's eyes. The man grunted as he fell back, and Kakeru took the opportunity to run, grabbing Scar Boy on the way. She almost got out when she felt something tugging at her legs, turned back to see the man, eyes still closed, with his scarf wrapped around her ankle. But he won't expect this kind of move. Explosion, she screamed, focusing on the blood smeared on the scarf, and it immediately exploded. The scarf got detached and Kakeru was free once again. Almost lost her balance and hit the ground face first, but freedom nonetheless. With a toothy grin, Kakeru took the opportunity to disappear into the night with Scar Boy, much to someone else's annoyance. Now Scar Boy owed her big time. Dobby felt tired, his whole body was sore. Why is everything so dark in here? Ake up. Did he get caught? Is he in jail now? He hasn't done anything to warrant a straight transfer to Tartarus, has he? What if? I swear wake up. The sudden noise jolted him wide awake as Dobby immediately took in his surroundings. First, luckily he was not in jail. Second, the little girl he met the night before and the one he was trying to find tonight, was frowning while looking at him, expression unreadable. Apparently, her face was too close for his liking. He tried to scream but she immediately muffled his scream with her hand. Desperate, he tried to call upon his fire but realized he couldn't summon it at all. Oh, shut up. It took him a while to register the metal restraining his hands, but Dobby then stopped struggling and the maniac loosened her hand. The situation dawned on him suddenly, and he could swear he felt his own face heat up in embarrassment. Could you please take this off me? Dobby asked awkwardly. Depends. What does it do? She asked skeptically. It prevented me from using my quirk. He explained, silently praying that she would be kind enough to not make this harder than it already had been. Good thing I didn't take it off, then. She was immediately met with a glare from him. Okay, just, wait a bit. Just need to. ... It took her a while to find a way to get the cuff off him, and some of her methods seriously made him worried for his life, but in the end, she succeeded. Without costing him any finger, which he was grateful for. You were quite a handful, you know, she said. Boredom clearly plastered her face. Thank you for your untimely assistance, I suppose. He snarked back, but she just shrugged it off. Honestly, it sounded too weak for even a child to find it threatening. But Dobby could guess he lost his bite a bit after tonight's event. Again, Scar boy, you kept getting in trouble, and I'm just there at an inopportune moment. She sighed, but a curious expression lit up her face. Seriously though, who was that homeless-looking guy? He packed quite a punch, I must say. That guy was a hero, named Eraserhead. His quirk was the ability to erase others' quirk by looking directly at them. I couldn't use my flame and get overwhelmed. He sighed while the girl snorted in amusement. That guy was good, I had to give him that. So that cold sensation was his quirk. It almost cost me the fight, I would need to be wary of him next time. She muttered gleefully. I don't think he was someone you would like to face the second time. Who cares? If he gets in my way, I will punch his head off, hero or not. Kakeru grunted in response, looking quite upset, but you are right, I can't beat him the way I am now. So you do have some common sense after all. Shut up, Scar boy. She rolled her eyes, which he promptly ignored. But again, thank you for your assistance. Getting in jail would be a major setback, and although you clearly didn't mean to help, I owe you once again. He could only pray that this was not a terrible mistake. Come to think of it, I need a favor, she said, with such a thoughtful expression that made Dobby honestly frightened, right now. Okay. This seriously unnerved him. If it looked like it didn't, it was because Dobby didn't let it show. Information? He asked, his voice quivered. No. Money. She raised a brow but ultimately shook his head. Could be handy, but no. Was she playing with him? Then what is that you need? Food. Dobby couldn't believe what he heard. What? Food. I need food, so you should give me exactly that, preferably something delicious. The maniac said so casually, but the sentences made him blink multiple times. It was in a way too incomprehensible for him. Of all the things you could ask for, he stopped right there, sighing instead, you just ask for food. Yeah, I don't know what I even expected. His face palmed, while the maniac just cackled in amusement. Reluctantly, he decided to humor her this time. What is the worst that could happen? Okay, this sucks. The maniac that he once thought to be a little girl, turned out to have a bottomless stomach as well. Hey, Scar boy, try this. This, she ripped the chicken apart with her sharp teeth, evilly delicous. Swallow your food first, please. He sighed, but inside of Dobby was turmoil as he began to count the money he had left. In fact, he wouldn't have anything left to count if she continued like this. You are not fun at all. She rolled her eyes, but her lips just stayed curled up, and that was making Dobby feel very annoyed. It wasn't even that delicious. You could find this stuff anywhere. Where have you been living all this time? Dunno, she answered flippantly, grabbing another sushi across the tray. You don't. He quirked his brow, and she glared at him in response. Maybe I do and I just decided not to tell you. You owe me, not the other way around. Her glare made him freeze up almost immediately. It was not malicious, just distant and cold. Calculating, weighing her options. Then she smirked. Maybe she found it funny seeing him dejected like this. But while I had no reason to tell you, I was feeling happy so. Glad you were because this had been a pain. Oh shut up, Scar boy. You could use some more optimism. She laughed, her expression surprisingly gentle. I don't think I know much to satisfy your curiosity, but ask away. Who really are you? Dunno. You said you would. And I answered honestly. Kakeru stopped eating, and a look of reminiscence flashed on her face. You could call me Kakeru. That's it. There was nothing complicated about this. Or at least, as far as Kakeru knew. It was true in a way. Kakeru didn't know more about herself than that. When she first woke up, she didn't find it important to think deeper. Maybe it would come to her someday. If it didn't, it was just not meant to be. I don't understand. You don't need to, Scar boy. It didn't really concern you. Her expression turned grim, unless you tried to make it your problem. Seeing Scar boy fall back into silence made her feel guilty, even just a bit. But she wasn't sure if she could trust him, or anyone for that matter. At least until he showed himself worthy of trust. For now, Scar boy was at most tolerable. Trusting went a long way. But the silence was at least comfortable in her book. I think this has already become my problem. If this night was anything to come by, then this kind of situation would likely happen again. He grumbled after a while. Lucky me then, Scar Boy. It would be great if you could take me out for dinner every night. She laughed, and she could swear he saw Scar Boy shiver under her mental attack. He glared at her, but Kakeru surprisingly found no real malice within his blue eyes. Don't make this a habit, you hear? He sighed. No promises when you kept getting into trouble like this another, please. She called out to the waiter, who just lowered her head in resignment and scurried away. Wasn't it enough already? He widened her eyes and looked almost like he was about to cry. Well, Kakeru was just about to laugh at his misery. This was too entertaining. Not until I drained your pocket dry. Besides, you have been learning a lot more about me, haven't you? Think about it as a side fee. She backed, and his shoulder just slumped in resignation. Brat, he managed to spit out. If he thought that was enough to faze her, he would be wrong. Brat and savior, Scar Boy, she added, which made Scar Boy groan in response. Having a meal with Scar Boy was sure a delight. She felt full after literally erasing all that food along with Scar Boy's budget. And she didn't even feel guilty for a bit. Well, the taste wasn't diverse, but she would be a picky person if she said so. And the look of disbelief on his face was priceless. Kakeru just wanted to laugh out loud at his misfortune. In fact, she already did. Well, it wasn't really all fun and game when she realized she faced off against a hero of all people, but it was worth the gain. Maybe. Besides, she had opportunities to practice her quirk. In fact, her quirk literally told her to be more reckless because it would actually work in her favor. All she needs now is a decent weapon. She couldn't keep fighting with this rusty knife and actually hoped that it would make the cut. And learning to actually fight with a weapon would be reasonable, too. As handy as the knife was, it would be lacking in a fight for its short reach. She needed a more versatile weapon should she face off against more powerful enemies in the future. She would need to ask Scar Boy about that next time. For now, she felt tired. It has been a long night, so Kakeru was looking forward to some sleep. She could still see her name written clearly on the blackboard. Deciding it wasn't worth her attention, she let the darkness take her. Mikumo had many questions, mainly about why he felt so full despite not eating anything for 2 days. Okay, it was his fault for neglecting his meal, but he got more important things to do. But that was not important, because he finally got a name. The mysterious person who most definitely was sharing a body with him. Kakeru, almost immediately when it came out of his mouth, he felt unable to breathe, vision blurring. And when he opened his eyes, he saw he was standing in a dark void. But he was not alone, as he saw a girl with blonde hair standing opposite of him. She gazed at him with her red eyes that brimmed with confusion. Mikumo guessed he discovered something. After all, neither of them was able to say anything, most likely because the abruptness of the situation left them speechless. What were they supposed to say in this situation anyway? Mikumo looked around himself, noting nothing much but the seemingly endless dark void. Creepily, only he and the weird girl was visible in the darkness. Empty and endless, the sight of it left him feeling suffocated. But the most pressing problem is the girl opposite of him, as confusion laced in with her gaze. In hindsight, it wasn't hard to figure out who she was. Kakeru, Mikumo asked skeptically. He could be wrong, but it is unlikely. The chances of this are 67%. Either way, the way the girl's eyes widened ever slightly confirmed it. She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could even get out a word, the space suddenly cracked. They both stopped as the cracks grew wider. Then everything exploded into a blinding light. And Mikumo opened his eyes once again. To say it was surreal, it was an understatement. Mikumo went through his newly developed routine like usual, researching what he knew and what he had yet to know. Alas, he found nothing in correlation with that phenomenon. So far, it was just there, a mystery shrouded completely for him to dissect, to figure out. Even with his analysis, it was impossible to figure out something that he didn't know anything about in the first place. He didn't realize how much time has passed until the librarian practically yanked him out of his stupor. After a series of half-hearted apologies, Mikumo went back home with the question still lingering in his mind. Well, back to the junkyard that he called home, anyway. After an uneventful night, he woke up to the sun trickling down his face. Last night, Mikumo figured out some information. Apparently, he couldn't stay awake at night. As much as he tried, it was like his body tried to shut down as soon as the night came. He could resist, but it was useless in the end. Darkness claimed him either way, only for him to wake up as if nothing happened. He wasn't supposed to be conscious at night, it seemed. That wasn't the only thing he found though, since he did leave a message last night. Blonde, red eyes and yellow rings around irises. Is that you? He got yes for an answer. It can be a coincidence, but fat chance that is. He still needs confirmation for other things, though. So once again, he called out the name, Kakiru. Darkness then swallowed him whole. Being in the void again didn't feel so uncomfortable. Perhaps it just needed some time to get used to. That was beside the point, however. Because right now, Mikumo felt as if he was melting under the girl's gaze. It's you again, the girl finally said, her eyes narrowed scrutiny. You must be Kakiru, Mikumo stated. Then I'm supposed you are the guy that has been leaving me questions on the board. Her tone was aloof, but her expression was anything but that. Yes, the girl narrowed her eyes, wariness was clear in her posture. Why did you bring me here? It was not my intention. He replied, looking around the empty space, but I was looking for some answers. Your identity was necessary for me to confirm something. He explained truthfully. And what was it? The fact that we shared the same body. What? She finally said in exasperation. Before he could elaborate, though, the void cracked, and Mikumo woke up again. This is going to be a problem, isn't it? It would be safe to assume the time they could interact with each other was limited. Whether he could raise the gauge remained to be unseen, but he could try. And it indeed could. The first meeting only left them with time barely enough for a few lines, but eventually, they reached the point of a full conversation. The girl, she must be a girl, taking into consideration her voice, and the fact that she didn't deny it anyway, was a mysterious personality that existed alongside him. She was interesting, to say the least. This was one of their many conversations when Mikumo began to get acquainted with the girl. They finally got around to introducing themselves, and the tense feeling when both of them met has begun to dissipate. He couldn't say he knew much, but he could see that they were different in every way. It was unnerving to see it because they were supposed to be just personalities residing in the same host. But no, they weren't. It would be so simple if that was the case, but this quirk was much more complicated than that. It took them many attempts to see eye to eye because of it. And for that maniac to finally sit down to discuss. So you are saying that we're just personalities that shared the same body? Really? Kakiru asked, scratching her head in confusion. She was skeptical, that's for sure. But she needs to know extensive information, courtesy of sharing the same body. That's the theory. You are only conscious at night, aren't you? He inquired. A look of realization flashed on her face. Skepticism was soon replaced with silent acknowledgement as her eyes hardened. It was brief, but that was the sign that something caught her attention, and she was beginning to get serious. And I'm only conscious during the day. That meant we joint control this body, and this body's need reflect that. He continued as she took in the information, contemplating its nature. Like when you didn't eat, and I got hungry instead. We both are in control. She finally responded. Precisely. That isn't quite right. Why did this only happen recently? The maniac asked. That, Mikumo sighed, hesitation in his voice. I believe that the person controls this body before us, died. That is, impossible. He could sense the shock practically bled off her then. In this age of quirks. Nay, it was not impossible at all, merely complicated. Mikumo said, expression grim. As far as I know, it only happened once with the main control. Our body got revived somehow, and I get to control it more than ever. Fully conscious for the first time. But there was no guarantee that it would happen again. Maybe there is a fail-safe that will keep this quirk alive, but we shouldn't push our luck. His inquiry, luckily, shut down any ideas swarming the maniac's head. And I suppose we weren't allowed to harm each other anyway. As if proving his point, he sprinted at the maniac. She looked alarmed but was unfazed when his hands went right through her. This quirk would be shit otherwise. Imagine it. PFT. The last thing I wanted to do would be to try to choke the life out of you inside this enclosed space. She laughed light-heartedly. I suppose so. What's, his quirk supposed to be, anyway? I believed Izuku Midoriya might have one of the most sophisticated and powerful quirks in the world. The power to create personalities with quirks attributed to their own, not just aspects of it. He explained. Truly, this quirk carried with it many unknowns and risks. But the mystery was always something standing in the way of an analyst. But that's not all, is it? She raised her brow. I have theories, but it was near impossible, and not something I could prove lightly. Elaborate. The fact we have different appearances, although sharing the same body, is alarming. Aside from the freckle, our eyes and hair color were different. I supposed our quirk played a role in this. He said vigorously. I had a quirk, which I called analysis. It allowed me to calculate probability and analyze the environment around me at hyperspeed. Having a quirk like this likely made my brain more adapted to take in more information that normal people can't process. I believed it must change the structure of my brain in order to do so. As that's so, I supposed I could tell you about what I knew. Only discovered it recently, but better than nothing, right? She laughed to herself, called mine blood detonation. Discovered it by accident. It made my blood explode if I focus on it. Isn't that harmful to your body? Oh, forgot about that, but apparently, it provided me with this factor that closed the gash on my body if I got hurt. Otherwise, I might bleed to death. She responded apologetically. That was interesting, but I supposed that is quirk adaptation. Anything else that brain of yours already processed? I noticed your teeth are sharp. I don't have that, he mused, and remember the blood sample I requested from you. Apparently, inside your blood is a highly flammable, combustible substance. The thing is, it doesn't exist inside my blood, and we are supposed to share the same body. That was confusing. It's like, we shared this body but at the same time independent in our own way. The maniac asked, apparently confused. That was what I'm coming to, yeah. I think this quirk changes this body to suit the personality in control. Some level of biological change, mutations in order to fit our quirks. Mikumo explained, technically, we could have another personality with a more extreme mutation, and it wouldn't concern both of us. Can't say my brain processed all of that, but isn't that a good thing? I can't imagine myself with a tail, wings, or scales. Nothing against people with mutations, but I'm already used to my body like this. The maniac sighed, apparently not fond of that line of thought. Again, this is just a theory. But it would be safe to assume if this quirk provided each of us with quirks of our own, then it would provide us with the means to use it, too. As far as we know, this quirk's potential is limitless. He pointed out. Isn't this quirk overpowered then? Are we super strong? She jumped in excitement. I don't believe so, Mikumo said, contemplating. The potential is endless. But only one personality can take control at a time. When you take control, you can't use analysis and vice versa. In fact, it can also be burdensome to maintain a double life. Now that I think about it, she deflated almost immediately. This is the most solid theory I can make. But nothing is concrete until we got more information. I suppose so, Kakeru said. Now, what do we do, my dear analyst? Call me Mikumo, he responded in a not so delightful tone. I believe all we can do now is move on with our life. I don't have a life. That sounds like your problem, not mine, he said bitterly. We shared the same body, asshole. Mikumo. He was feeling practically prickly, so why not? Fuck you. She rolled her eyes. As much as he adored having this conversation, he could sense their time was coming to an end. Remember to eat regularly. I usually forget to do that. Okay. He admitted that was petty of him to say that, but that maniac deserved it for wrecking this body on her nightly adventure. You little shit, be more responsible. She growled in annoyance. That's rich coming from you. You don't seem like the type to take responsibility. At all. Mikumo sassed, but her expression soon melted into one of composure. In exchange, though, I will notify you when I find out more information since this concerns both of us since the nature of this quirk is pretty much still unknown. Can you at least tell me how to get both of us here, then? I think calling each other's name would do the trick. Still needed confirmation, but you can do that the next time you're in control. This night, to be precise. Really don't look forward to it. She sighed. Get used to it then. We will be meeting each other regularly from now on. I get it, I get it. Now do whatever you want. I'm tired and I need sleep. Until next time, Kakeru. Then the void started to crack, and Mikumo woke up to the blindly bright light. Kakeru might not be Mikumo's type of person. Frankly speaking, she was annoying. She was almost the opposite of Mikumo, which wasn't warranted or appreciated. Mikumo wants silence for his analysis and research, while Kakeru is hyperactive and can hardly handle doing anything for more than 1 minute. She can get angry over the silliest of things, like tripping over a rock when she got control, or the food was too cold for her liking. However, she could be surprisingly caring. His lack of awareness for his personal health as he basically worked himself throughout the day, starving himself in the process, annoyed her so much that he swore she would slap him if she could. That was rare and sudden, but still. Although, he believed that was because they shared the same body, so his starving himself actually affected her. Her manic attitude made it hard to be taken seriously, though. Worst still, sometimes even insanity bled into her speaking, too. The memory of Kakeru widened her eyes for a sec before snorting in amusement. Her voice was sickly sweet as her eyes bore into him, setting a shiver up his spine. Yeah, that was definitely scary. He also noticed how intuitive she could be. She must have quite an instinct, which maybe explained why she was so good at fighting. Remember, she could take out 6 guys at once. That was when she barely figured out her quirk. If only that strength was coupled with a logical mind, instead of sticking her nose into every squabble off the street. Why did he say that? Well, apparently, someone has been picking fights she wasn't supposed to. Kakeru's fight left her opponents injured enough to warrant a police case. And why did she do that? Apparently, the bastard did it just for the thrill. Sure, she saved some random person along the way, but was much more trouble than it was worth. Oops, guess I went overboard, she answered aloofly, a shit-eating grin plastered on her face. Overboard. Half of them got broken limbs. One even had half his face melted off. This is criminal, he yelled in exasperation. Oh, relax, none of them died, right? Besides, I did well. They were mugging a defenseless girl, and I saved the day. She pointed at herself proudly, blissfully unaware of the shit she could brew with that attitude. I had the feeling you were just looking for a fight. He squinted his eyes. You said as if I'm heartless, but you were the one that always wore that poker face expression. She snarled back in annoyance. Quote, see, you can't even make a comeback. I just felt like it would be a waste of my energy. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't get us killed. He sighed, deciding that his mind would be better off not dealing with this so early in the morning. Ah, so you do care after all. She smiled. I don't. He answered coldly, but it lacked any sort of bite to be threatening. Perhaps she rubbed off of him, after all. He began to feel the crazy things around him started to become the norm for him. Apparently, interacting regularly with a maniac did that to him. But believe it or not, she was the perfect counterbalance to his apathy. It reminded him how humans are supposed to be, not the perfect emotionless computer. Well, maybe too human for his liking, but beggar can't be chooser. Meanwhile, though, that smug grin on her face still threw him off. It has become a routine for both of them to meet up like this. Despite sharing the same body and varying degrees of control, he could tell that they both didn't know much about each other's life. Sure, Mikumo sometimes came across cases about a vigilante that was dubbed to be extremely violent and volatile in personality. A presumably female, with an explosive quirk. Fittingly, She was called by the cutthroat she defeated by the name Maniac. Simple and on point, something Mikumo could get under. While reckless, what she was doing at night was frankly not his business. Mikumo had his job to do, and Kakeru was perfectly capable to defend herself from some nameless thugs anyway. Mikumo got his job recently, as an online quirk analyst. He analyzed people's quirks, pointed out their weaknesses, and suggested how to improve their own quirks. However, he would be an idiot if he did all that for free. He had to get by somehow. It was not much, but enough to rent them an apartment. Kakeru could stand living in a junkyard, but Mikumo needed a decent environment for his analysis. Preferably with a Wi-Fi connection, since using a library computer could be an unnecessary risk sometimes. The apartment he rented for both of them was a shady one obscured in an area with a high crime rate, but getting to the place was easy. No burdensome document, no adult sticking their nose into where they don't belong, and relatively secretive. A decent place for their hideout. As long as they didn't do anything too flashy. Sometimes, they talked about events in each other's life, just to make sure neither of them was in deep with something. Besides, it was enlightening to experience something from another perspective. Kakeru was still annoying as usual, but he has gotten used to most of it at this point. Sometimes, she still got on his nerve, though. Something Mikumo didn't appreciate. Either way, despite the chaos literally happening in his mind, their life was kind of stabilizing at this point. More time for him to do his work is always a win. He still researched the mysterious quirk Izuku possessed, but so far nothing concrete on his part. Time like this was when Mikumo decided to get on with his hobby, analyzing quirks. There was no shortage of heroes and villains with quirks exciting enough for him to dissect and analyze. It was pretty enjoyable. He even got permission from that maniac to analyze her quirk. He could say that it was exciting to analyze Kakeru's quirk, even if she was reluctant to give him information about it. So he resorted to bribery. A whole month's investment of ice cream for her, the petty brat, allowed his curiosity to be sated. Life went on surprisingly well for both of them. But sharing a body came with its fair share of problems, sometimes. The fact that it could be inconvenient was something Mikumo has predicted from the start. Both of them couldn't intervene with the other's actions directly. Completely in the blind, if the other didn't say anything. So if, for example, that maniac got herself captured for whatever reason, he would wake up knowing nothing, and probably in deep with her mess. He also discovered that this body had limitations, also. He figured out that exhaustion would catch up to them without rest for a week. Which meant this body was flexible, but not infallible. If they didn't get the rest needed, the body would pass out, and both of them would feel like shit afterward. It was bad enough that both of them agreed to get enough rest afterward, not wanting this to happen again. Finally, a bit personal, but that maniac was a pain to deal with sometimes. Because despite his warning, she managed to get into a fight with a hero. A fucking pro hero. Apparently, it happened before they even met, and she had the gall to do it again. She said it wasn't her fault, but Mikumo could smell bullshit from miles away with that excuse. But alas, there was nothing he could do. Still, it got on his nerves so badly. Damn it all, it wasn't reassuring seeing her so happy like this. That crazed glint on her face sent him to chill. Oh come on, little bro. Don't get mad, you hear? She smiled effortlessly in his scrutiny gaze. I'm not your little brother. And am I supposed to be relieved when you literally picked a fight with a pro hero? If you get caught, we are fucked. He gritted his teeth. It was a misunderstanding, really. Look, I even apologized, and the guy seemed to be pretty chill about it. He even offered to teach me martial art. The maniac turned around with a laugh. Wait, seriously? Okay, that took him off guard. A bit, probably. Did I ever lie to you, little bro? He sighed deeply at that annoying tone of voice. But if she somehow managed that, perhaps they could still get on with their life after all. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. For now, he relented. And it will be appreciated, little bro. She grinned, and her eyes glinted. Now, how about that batch of ice cream you promised me? In the fridge. Eat sparingly, or I won't buy you anything next time. You are the best. she exclaimed cheerfully. Flattery will get you nowhere. Be less reckless. I will try, she said sheepishly. He sighed internally. Seems like this chaos will stick for a very long time. Hopefully, that maniac won't get both of them killed before she learns some self-restraint. Will it matter in the end? Perhaps not, but he desperately needed some peace of mind. When she first met the boy with white hair, Kakeru was visibly confused. Well, that flat expression and the fact that he knew her name was a major contributor. She was pretty sure no one knows her name besides Scar Boy, and, well, that message person. Her instinct was tingling. Kakeru could sense it, the way his eyes calmly analyzed her. It creeped her out to see someone whose attitude was vastly different from hers. She was struggling to form a response when the space around her cracked. Kakeru was covered with darkness, and her sensation got taken away. Ignoring the vivid dream she had earlier, Kakeru continues her roam through the street. The board had another message again, matching her appearance completely. So that boy she saw was probably the mysterious messenger. Kakeru could put together that at least. That uncanny feeling at seeing him, like seeing your reflection upon a cracked mirror, with freckles matched her perfectly. Kakeru shook her head in frustration and scribbled down a yes. She would know the answer soon, and if he proves to be hostile then, well, she won't hesitate to defend herself. For now, it's kind of boring as the street offered her nothing of interest. Yet, and Scar Boy was nowhere to be found. She still needed to find a weapon to add to her arsenal, which consisted of, literally nothing. A rusty blade that she picked up from a thug she fought, which has been lost to the fight against that hero. Her fists, reliable, but against people with actual coordination, she stood no chances with her short reach. Her quirk, she could barely control it. And even then, it was highly volatile, and human was too fragile as far as she knew. So where the fuck is Scar Boy when she needed him? Granted, he might have been traumatized and she might have robbed him blind last night, but that was no reason to disappear on her like that. How petty. The point is, she will find him eventually, but not this night though. She will show her goodwill by not tormenting him right now. Ah, asterisk. Then, a scream in the middle of the night crashed upon her thoughts. Her body tensed as she looked around. It seemed to be coming from that alleyway. What's the deal with alleyways, anyway? But she is pretty sure it was vocal enough. So why does no one do anything? People stopped to look in the direction of the scream, but all of them just shook their heads and continued their walks like usual. Then it dawned on her that no one was going to help. It is simply the norm here. If you are unfortunate enough, you will be left for dead. It was sad in a way. And she sprinted forward, maybe in ignorant or curiosity. It was not her business, really, but Kakeru never minded her own before. Running full speed, she arrived at the scene quite quickly. The alleyway was thick with the stench of blood. There Kakeru saw a woman struggling against 4 men. A woman was standing with a bored expression on her face. Another was screaming as tears leaked non-stop on her face. Not far from there, the body of a young man crumpled on the ground. Blood won't stop pouring out from his head. He is likely dead. Look like they were attacked. The young man defended her and it cost him his life, while not accomplishing anything. It was pitiful, to say the least, but Kakeru supposed it didn't matter much in the end. Hey, assholes, you'd better run if you know what's good for you. She spat out, arrogance laced with her tone. The type of them irritated her the most. They thought the strong were supposed to prey upon the weak, and it might require a lesson or two to teach them otherwise. Preferably something for them to remember. Maybe they will be fine with being left with a few unsightly marks. Good. This night has been getting too peaceful for her liking. Oh, what's this? A little girl playing hero? A tall burly man asked, voice mocking her. Let's see, then. Was playing villain fun, Tiny Dick? She shouted out loud and laughed, as she could swear she saw the man's face reddened in anger. This little bitch. That set him off quicker than she thought as he sprinted forward, grabbing a lead pipe in his hand and murderous intent in his eyes. It's only fair if she responds in kind. A strange rush of excitement washed through her body as Kakeru grinned manically. Ha, you will be good entertainment. The man was not deterred as Kakeru saw him approach her. The smile quickly turned into a snarl. With a round kick aimed at his wrist, the man yelped as he dropped the pipe, clutching his hand in pain. A well-placed uppercut sent him rolling on the ground. There was a crack. His jaw was likely dislocated, or broken. That's on him, though. Looked like his friends started to catch on, though. They stood up to activate their quirks. A man had his hand covered in scales. A defensive quirk, though looked like it would be nasty if that edge hit you. Another had a dangerous glint as his hand turned into a pair of scissors. Two of them were still standing at the back, making no apparent move. Whatever, she could live with that. Kakeru grabbed the lead pipe on the ground and sprinted forward. The maniac loved it when they offered her a good fight. But flashy as their quirks were, they would fall all the same. She dodged as the scissor man tried to stab her. She tried to swing the pipe at his head, but it got blocked by a scaly hand. They are covering for each other, it seemed. That complicated things, but teamwork could only take them so far. Kakeru dodged another attack as she grabbed the scissor blade. It was grazing through her skin a bit, but the maniac didn't care. With a growl, she kicked the scissor man hard in the stomach, sending him stumbled back. His companion was too dazed to react in time. The scale man got taken aback as his ally got momentarily incapacitated. But his thought didn't last long as he suddenly lost his balance and realized the maniac has aimed at his leg. Gravity pulled him down harshly. He saw the maniac aiming her weapon high and immediately used his transformed hand to shield his face. Crack! The man screamed in pain as he noticed the pipe coming down, breaking his bone, and rendering his other arm useless. He could only see the maniac's grin grow wider. But the maniac suddenly jumped back as her instinct flared in alarm. A pointy object pierced the ground where she stood a moment ago. "Nat, help me here." The girl in the back grunted as she pulled out her hair, which is actually a thick brown needle. A hedgehog mutation. I can't. She is I. The skittish man blurted out hesitantly as his yellow hair covered his eyes. Useless. Hedgehog girl said as he pulled out more of his hair, throwing at her continuously. Kakeru immediately rolled, hiding behind the trash container. She tried to take a peek, but a needle almost pierced her eyes. This could be a problem. But then she spotted the man with the pipe from before moving slightly from the ground. A brutal idea came into her head. She sprinted out from her hiding place, approaching the man. Then she held the man up despite his struggle, using him as a shield. Hedgehog girl realized her intention a bit too late as a few needles pierced her shield. The shield screamed out in pain. Stop. Despite his protest, Kakeru sprinted forward with the man in her hand. With a war cry, she threw her shield in the direction of the hedgehog girl. The hedgehog girl tried to dodge, only to be met with a pipe to the face, breaking her nose and sending her sprawling. She yelped in pain as she caressed her face with widened eyes. Kakeru then dodged a sluggish stab from behind. Grabbing a needle left on the ground, she held the man's scissor hand down with her pipe and stabbed his shoulder with it. She would stay for his scream if she didn't have to dodge another needle. Ironically, it pierced his other shoulder instead and the man collapsed in pain. She looked back at the hedgehog girl and sprinted forward at her in a zigzag. "You have been a pain in the ass, ya know," the maniac said as she deflected a needle with her pipe. The girl started to pluck out her hair desperately but Kakeru was already before her, a smile unnerving to no end plastered on her face. With her feet, she pinned down the girl's arm. Smiling unhumanly wide, she swung the pipe down, shattering her hand. Her scream echoed through the empty alleyway. Kakeru then proceeded to do that with her other hand. It was brutal and might be unnecessary, but she would stay out of the fight. Possibly forever. Now let's see how she will throw these needles anymore. These were seriously starting to get annoying. The yellow man was put out of his stupor by his friend's scream. With a horrified look, he turned tails and ran. Well, it would be tasteless not to catch them all, wouldn't it? So she followed right behind him. Giddily, she threw the pipe at his feet. The man yelped out in pain as he stumbled, hitting the ground face first. Slowly, Kakeru walked toward him. Grabbing his hair, she held him up to her eyes. Terrified yellow irises met hers. "So, did you like it?" He struggled and grabbed her wrist as his hand glowed. Suddenly she felt a shock through her arm and was forced to let go. He took the opportunity to try to slip away. He didn't get far. It was stupid, really. He had no capability to get away and risked pissing her off. Oh well. Grunting in annoyance, she chased right after him, tackling him to the ground. Grabbing his hair again, she slammed his face down to the ground. You really have pissed me off, ya know. She growled. Tell me, what crossed your mind when you decided to attack that couple? Or when you were beeping that girl? His eyes widened as horror and desperation started to dawn on him. Was it excitement? Because I felt so much of it while pummeling your friend to a pulp. She laughed madly, and her face turned to deadly serious. Tell me. I didn't know. It was a mistake. It was just a spur-of-moment thing. He responded pitifully, all that seemed to be genuine as his fear at this moment. It excited her to no end. A spur of moment, how quaint, she whispered softly. Kakeru then grabbed his face as a disgusting sense of anger washed over her. Her hand started getting questionably hot. Before she could register it, he was screaming out in pain. Surprised, she let go of his face. His face was blistering as the shape of a hand was clearly imprinted it. He kept screaming as Kakeru clicked her tongue in annoyance. Looking at her hand, she saw the blood on it boiled for a second then simmered down. Kakeru decided that she have had enough of hearing this coward. With a well-placed hit to the head, the man stopped his screaming. Then she decided that she should check out the victim. Make sure that girl survived because it would suck if she died. And there she was, clutching her boyfriend's hand as tears didn't stop leaking from her face. It's cold, she whispered, her voice shaking as if frost covered it. What? His hand. I can't feel his warmth anymore. Just like Kakeru thought, the boyfriend was most likely dead by now. That copious amount of blood was beyond human anyway. Sorry for your loss, Kakeru managed to say, but it felt bland in her mouth. To be completely honest, what Kakeru felt was anything but a simmering pity, perhaps, but nothing much. She just couldn't relate to a stranger. Maybe that was cold, but that's how she has always been. That girl should be glad that she survived at all. That's not her place to say, though. The girl just kept sobbing, too hysterical to form a response. It seemed she didn't even acknowledge Kakeru's word. Empty platitudes are worth nothing, after all. Clack, a noise alerted her. Suddenly a white object blurred at the corner of her eyes, and Kakeru jumped back to avoid the metal scarf. On the window frame was the homeless-looking man again, a serious expression on his face. She managed to say. A frosty took over her body when his eyes glowed red. He was that hero that Scarboy talked about. Scarboy lost to him miserably and Kakeru realized she couldn't win him in a straight fight when his technique and equipment greatly exceeded hers. Take care of her, will you? She kept her composure and ran away into the night. If he's really a hero, he will know what to prioritize first. She kept her guard up, and only let out a sigh of relief when she was sure that he didn't chase. Probably the first good news she had tonight. Maybe it was enough exploring already. It has become a pattern, the second time she saw that white-haired boy. If Kakeru thought it was a dream before, she now realized it would be too vivid for a dream. Maybe she has finally gone insane. Nah, it couldn't be her imagination, because he knew things even Kakeru, admittedly, wasn't capable of knowing. Dreams were supposed to be fragments of your memories, she heard her sensei talk about it one time. And there were things supposed to be familiar but Whitehair was unaware of. So no, he was not a figment of her imagination. He seemed aware, distinct from this void, both of them were. Eventually, Kakeru learned that his name was Mikumo. Not like she gave a shit about that, since when did she ever call people by their name? Not surprisingly, she found out that the boy was incredibly intelligent. Apparently, it was his quirk. And no, that sarcastic tone was intentional, she was sure of it. To say she wasn't trusting of him at first was an understatement. The one with information was usually the most dangerous. It didn't do anything to reassure her when she confirmed that he was the one leaving the message at night. He was shrewd, uncomfortably so. So much that she couldn't have known he was closer to her than she thought. His words were cryptic, and Kakeru thought it was just his way of talking. You know, like how intelligent people generally just spout bullshits no one knows anything about. So imagine her surprise when he told her a detailed version of what he said before the crack rudely interrupted them again. The fact that they shared the same body. Is that supposed to be believable? That's the theory. You are only conscious at night, aren't you? That was when Kakeru realized there are bigger things going on with both of them. To be completely honest, she could barely understand his breakdown of their situation, but enough for her to solidify her version of it. Simply speaking, they are just split personalities residing in the body of a deceased boy named Izuku Midoriya. It was crazy to think of, and awfully morbid. But it made sense the more she heard about it. Apparently, the brat had a quirk that created both her and white hair, a quirk that technically created people with quirks of their own. Or personalities. But she would like to think of herself as human enough. Now that was confusing. His death, for better or worse, gave both of them enough control over this body. Hers is the night and his in day. That complicated things. And it wasn't the only problem, however. Since then they shared a body, but this body adapted to each of them in different ways. She only got the gist of it, but it gave her explosive blood, and gave white hair a bigger brain, basically. So they might share a body, but they were independent in their own way. Isn't that cool? Sure, learning that was cool, and the brat was smart, she admitted, but now that she knew they shared the same body, she could only hope white hair stopped staving both of them. And, well, maybe that holier-than-thou attitude. Kakeru met the homeless-looking man again when she roamed around the densely populated roof. She just had a bright idea, and immediately met obstacles along her way. Just her luck. He was just sitting there, eyes cast to the city below in such fixation, which flared in alarm immediately as he saw her. Kakeru froze, wondering how to proceed past this point. She instinctively held her arm up, readying for a fight. The man looked at her, his gaze appraising as she steeled her resolve. As soon as he makes a move, "What are you doing here?" he asked in a low voice, as if not to startle her. She paused, observing for any ulterior motives. After a moment, she took the bait. Exploring. A simple answer. Her eyes never wavered from the hero. In the middle of the night. He raised his brow. "What's it to you?" she growled warily. The hero widened his eyes in surprise at the sudden hostility. "You did a number on them last night, didn't you?" he said, changing the subject. At least he stopped beating around the bush. "They deserved it," Kakeru answered simply. "That wasn't for you to decide," he pointed out, his eyes narrowed, judgmental. "Then who?" "That woman. Because if I'm a minute late, she would be scarred beyond measure, possibly killed." She grunted in defiance of his stare. "What? A hero defending some thugs now? You told me that when you defended a villain last time." "Who?" "Dabi. Responsible for the death of 11 people, all burnt to ashes," he said, and Kakeru froze for a moment. "Maybe. No, frankly, it was none of her business. He told me he was just an informant. And this area is flooded with trash anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if he used what he had to defend himself. Shouldn't you be sleeping at home at this hour instead of debating with me about what's justice?" Too late for that. Perhaps seeing how defensive she was, the hero decided to drop the subject. A moment of uncomfortable silence passed. "Do heroes always spend time talking with supposed criminals like this?" she asked absent-mindedly. "No, not usually," he said flatly. "Does that make me nosy, then?" "Ha, you wish. I spent half of my time sticking my nose where I don't belong." She laughed darkly. Admittedly, that got her into a lot of bullshits. "In any case, that woman thanked you for saving her," he finally said. "It was kind of a spur-of-moment thing," Kakeru admitted, looking away. "It felt unwanted, undeserved somehow. You saved her nonetheless. I thought it counted to something, at least," he argued, but relented upon seeing her skeptical gaze. "You're a problem child, aren't you?" "I supposed so. I had a knack for finding problems. Just my nature, I guess." She sighed in response. He looked like he was about to interject something, but decided against it. Kakeru was surprised to see the homeless-looking hero in the exact same spot last night. She still got her guard up but decided to approach him this time. Suddenly, he lunged at her. Kakeru tried to dodge, but her feet get stuck in his scarf. She lost her balance, cursing as she unstuck herself. The maniac got on her feet quickly as she tried to fight back. But as expected, her moves, although done a good job so far, fell flat against someone that she didn't take by surprise. It had many flaws to be exploited, and she was losing. This situation was the worst. The roof was empty of things she could use to her advantage, and she didn't bring any weapons to defend herself. Soon, she was pinned down and struggling helplessly. "Your move is sloppy," he pointed out, and Kakeru could feel the weight on her disappear. She kicked off and rolled away to safety. The hero just stood there, eyes fixated on her. "What do you mean?" Kakeru thought she heard wrong for a moment as she combed through his words. The hero surprisingly didn't look like he had any intention of capturing her. "You only barely managed to get away before by using underhanded tactics. The criminals you defeated all too relied on their quirks and got taken by surprise. Your luck was also a factor. When you find a problem bigger than you can chew, you will die." It wasn't a warning, it was a statement considered her reckless nature. "It's all my sensei ever taught me," she admitted in frustration. It was simply just the truth. But it ticked her off beyond compare. "Was your sensei well versed in martial art?" he asked. "No, he taught in a self-defense class." "No wonder." Kakeru doesn't deny it. The fact that she's flawed was not surprising at all. And it is only natural to link that to her sensei. "You have potential," he stated so suddenly. "What are you trying to say?" She narrowed her eyes. "I'm not a good teacher, but know a little bit about martial art." That's an understatement. He probably had a ton of training, considering that he is a hero. "So, what do you feel about learning it from me? Why do you offer it? I'm a stranger, and I can possibly be a criminal, a villain for all you know." Kakeru asked warily. "You're not, yet," she corrected. "My offer still stands." She paused as millions of thoughts swarmed her mind. It could be risky, but damn it, this was intriguing, and she, well, just really wanted to give it a try. She has been bested. The fastest way to move through it is by improving herself. And this is the best chance she got. It sure shattered her ego, but tea was a price she was willing to pay. Despite not catching her, that hobo really got her cornered, huh? Or it was just her nature overtaking her sense of reason. "I want to be stronger." "Fine, old man," Kakeru finally growled out, barely enough to hear. It didn't help to veil her frustration. "Call me Eraserhead." "That's a stupid name," she stated angrily. She was petty, sue her. "But call me Kakeru." He gave her a strange look. "What are you looking at? If you try to capture me or pull any trick, I will be out of here faster than you know I exist. Then I will kick your someday when I come back." She crossed her arm while gritting her teeth in annoyance. "Tough words. Meet me here tomorrow and we will see." He responded flatly. "Now go back home, problem child, I still have my patrol to do." Kakeru paused for a moment. "You are not so bad," she finally said, albeit hesitantly. "Sorry for ruining your scarf that time, I suppose." The hero gave her a quiet nod. Then he was gone into the night just as fast, leaving Kakeru standing alone on the roof. As the wind blew through her hair, she couldn't help but grin. Frustration was rising up her throat, but she felt like in the future so near, she could wipe the floor with that old man. He won't be looking so smug then. Last night made her feel uncomfortable, but it didn't last long. Worrying never gets her anywhere. If she wants to get somewhere, she has to make a serious effort. Sure, she didn't completely trust that hobo, Eraserhead, or some shits, but she would be careful. She was confident. Sighing, Kakeru decided to think about something else. There she spotted Whitehair occupying a corner of the void, mumbling something incomprehensible, eyes focusing on some invisible notebook. Kakeru never thought she would say this, but Whitehair's existence was endearing in its own way. He would scold her from time to time about things that she didn't care about either way, but that was something she could live with. His sass was annoying at times, but she actually thought she bested him on that. As much as they bickered, Kakeru found it quite enjoyable. To see him sigh internally in annoyance was her biggest joy. He actually looked so done that time she melted a thug's face off. He was like a reserved younger brother. Yes, that's the word. Due to their circumstances, did that mean they were like siblings in some ways? They do, and that's when Kakeru decided to start calling white hair the nickname, Little Bro. It was cute in a way, seeing his face practically pale at her first mention of it, but she was in no shape or form felt guilty. Because despite how smart Mikumo thought he is, or how apathetic his expression got, he was just human after all. Like her, like everyone else. His quirk might have messed with his brain, but it didn't control who he was, and who he would be. It was a big sister's responsibility to take care of her sibling after all. And she was very much responsible. Training with Eraserhead was hellish, to say the least. He was strict, he didn't hold back, and he was sensible. Everything a maniac could ask in a mentor, really. Practicing with him was strangely exciting, as his move never got repetitive. He was unpredictable, even if that means she had to kiss the floor several times. You only trained in unarmed combat. He raised his brow in surprise. And pocket knives. Everyone in the class was brief about it at first, but it was soon discarded for taser and pepper spray. So yeah, nothing in depth. Most of the time I used any weapons I picked up, I suppose. The way you used it suggests otherwise. Well, Sensei personally taught me how to use it. He knew enough for me to get a grasp on it, and well, not stab myself. She was met with Eraserhead's stare. Oh come on. I made do with what I got, okay. I suppose it's understandable. Seeing that this is a weapon you're familiar with, I will bring some knives for you to practice tomorrow. Between learning martial arts. You are the best, Eraserhead sensei. Kakeru chirped. Now, if only you can cull your recklessness. Not a chance. He sighed in response. You remind me of my daughter, sometimes. Kakeru widened her eyes at the implication, but it didn't last long. Now let's resume our training. Okay, having this Mikumo as her little brother was literally a blessing from heaven. Who could have thought it was so fun teasing him? Somehow, he managed to get enough money to rent an apartment. She didn't really need it, but the view from the balcony was beautiful, so she didn't complain. And the junkyard stink, anyway. It didn't take long for her to realize her little brother had a passion for analysis. It was obvious considering his quirk, and he especially loved analyzing others' quirks, villains and heroes alike, or even vigilantes. And maybe he didn't know it, but he would always mumble when an idea flashed through his mind. She didn't understand most of it, but she knew it was spectacular. He was meticulous in his analysis, dissecting every possible use for a quirk, strength to counter it, and weakness to exploit and improve. She must admit, her brother's mind was his biggest weapon, something she couldn't hope to catch up. At least frontally. So it was expected, really, when he asked to analyze her quirk since it was something he couldn't see. He needed information. And Kakeru gladly gave it. But there's a catch, she chirped cheerfully. No, you can't kill anyone. Oh come on, not that. I'm not some sort of psychopath, ya know. Highly doubt it. Little bro sighed wistfully. What's your condition, then? Buy me ice cream for a month. She beamed. What? You heard me. Unless you can provide me with ice cream for a month, I won't give you any information. Actually, what prompted this sudden request was the fact that Scarboy bought her an ice cream last night as his tribute, and she couldn't get the taste out of her mind. It was just so good. A little chilling to her teeth, but good nonetheless. So now she's demanding it in this golden chance. Are you actually serious? Really? The shocked look was still imprinted on his face, and Kakeru felt it would be hilarious to point it out now. What's that response? I swear I can see Scarboy all over again right now. The maniac laughed, but fondness leaked through her hysterical voice. It's an easy request. What's there to think about? I suppose so. He answered, feeling an inexplicably bad feeling. But there was no way out. So while reluctantly, Mikumo agreed to buy her ice cream for a month. That was a mistake. So, you convinced your brother to buy you ice cream. For a month, Scar Boy asked while she was trailing behind him. Yeah, he had the budget, and I had a good bargaining chip. The maniac had a brother, who could have thought? He had my sympathy. Scar Boy clasped his hand together, imitating a prayer. He knew what to expect. He was like, very, very smart. She argued, annoyed at Scar Boy over dramatic gestures. I don't think smart covered crazy things like this, Scar Boy said warily as he looked around, seeing countless litters of eaten ice cream. Shut up. Now, can you show me the weapon? Patience was not her strong suit after all. I'm sorry, humanity, Scar Boy whispered remorsefully. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up. Both of them were silent. But on Kakeru's face laid a sheepish smile. What happened to the ice cream? Little bro asked, his voice shaking. Eat it. Kakeru answered innocently. The whole package. He widened his eyes. That's not humanly possible. They were delicious, by the way. She added. So that's why my teeth were aching this morning, he groaned in frustration. Oh, that was my bad, I suppose. She blinked in response, but it did nothing to deter little bro. He looked ready to explode, but finally sighed, control yourself, or no more deal. Really, my quirk is very interesting, ya know. Not enough to risk my lifelong investment and the rest of my sanity. You are no fun, she whined, but stopped at seeing his flat gaze, but seeing as it affected my little bro negatively, I will try to tone it down. Mostly she agreed to his condition because of the body they shared. Little bro figured out that whatever she do could affect him negatively and vice versa. She didn't want a repeat of that time they both collapsed from exhaustion. It was the worst, how her body was aching the whole night and she couldn't go out for her adventure. Her worst nightmare was something restricting her freedom. She felt so vulnerable, so suffocated. Both of them decided that they hate that feeling. So she will relent this time. I'm not your little bro, he said begrudgingly. Too late for that. I have claimed you as mine, little bro. She grinned. Mikumo could only sigh internally. And one more day passed as he was forced to live with this incarnation of chaos. He needed a break. It started as a normal day when Inko herself received a call that changed her life. It was such a beautiful day. Clear sky, gentle wind, radiant sun. That was the day her whole world collapsed. Who could have thought that her happiness could be toppled over on such a beautiful day? As everyone around her continues to smile, exchange pleasantries, and whisper to each other in such tender words, Inko felt a chill travel through her body. Her whole body felt weak, her feet felt cold like she was about to keel over. Her hand lost its grip as the phone fell to the ground with a clack sound. Hands covered her mouth, barely stopping the choking, sobbing noise from escaping. Inko has run out of there. Without explanation, without hesitation, without any time left. Surprisingly, no one noticed the distress in her action, or they did and just didn't care. But Inko soon realized that it didn't matter anymore. That day, Inko wept upon seeing his gentle features, they're covered in blood and broken beyond repair staring back at her. Maybe this was some sort of irony, just for her. How cruel. To say Inko was livid with anger was an understatement. She thought that it was fortunate for her that at least Mitsuki cared enough to help her with the funeral. But then, she heard something shocking enough to make her shudder with spite. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. Always she heard that sickening fake apologetic tone. Her son's body was being kept in the morgue for the time being disappeared after one night. Gone without a trace, and no one even knew what happened. There were no cameras, no fingerprints. All they found was a broken window and one of the morgue assistant's jackets was missing. She should have expected that. The fact that the quirkless dead were sent to a separate morgue, entirely for them. It was apparent that no one would care if a body disappeared with how flimsy the security was. When she brought up the case to the police, they promised they will look into it. It was jarring to see the moment their interests wavered, the moment she revealed that her son was quirkless. Then, it was pretty settled that unless someone have a change of heart and gave the body back, Izuku would never have a real funeral. Why did this keep happening to him? To both of them. Hearing the raindrop falling outside, Inko can only let out a sad sigh. Although she has closed the windows, it felt cold. And unmeasurably empty. Is this how her baby felt? The emptiness that eventually drove people to despair. That has led him to his eventual demise. Inko shook his head desperately. As countless negative thoughts swarmed her head, Inko felt her tears silently slide down again. She missed her baby's radiant smile, a smile she hasn't seen since forever. Then, Inko suddenly noticed something horrifying. How long has it been since the last time she saw that smile? How long has he stopped smiling? She can't remember. Why can't she remember? Why indeed? You barely see him every day. What makes you think it would be noticeable to you? A traitorous voice whispered such words in her head. And it was the truth. How long has she remained ignorant? Her baby has always been lonely, till the day he couldn't bear it anymore, and finally ended it all. And now she's the lonely one. Will she eventually meet the same fate? The day he was diagnosed quirkless, she didn't respond to him with reassuring words, didn't say that he could be a hero. She could only cry as she was the first one to tell his son that his dream was out of reach. She could only apologize. And then Hisashi left, without a single word of goodbye. Inko thought she knew Hisashi, thought he cared behind that cold and stoic look. She thought wrong. Looking back, everything started to look vain. When Hisashi stopped sending money over, she knew their life would be hard. Harder than it already has been. She tried to work hard to provide for both of them, even taking the night shift to cover for her son's eventual enrollment in UA. And she lost sight of the one thing she had. Her son, her wonderful boy, laid on his face a smile deteriorating with each day that passed. She knew that desolation didn't kill him. She knew her son was stronger than that. Her son was always so strong, so caring, so smart. So alone. And it ultimately made what she learned a bitter pill to swallow. She was surprised to see Katsuki standing outside her door, refusing to look up. A sense of inevitable dread crept up her neck. Katsuki was Mitsuki's son and has been best friends with Izuku since childhood. Every time she asked Izuku about him, he just said they drifted apart with a sad smile. Clearly, they didn't, but not in the way she expected it to be. In the same days, she learned that Izuku has faced many hardships at school, and even that was a nice way to phrase it. He was bullied relentlessly, and Katsuki admitted to having a hand in it himself. How did Izuku hide that fact for so long? Why didn't she notice anything off? A memory of Izuku when he was 5, with bruises littering his arms and face. He has told her he just tripped on a rock and hurt himself. She has believed him so readily and remained ignorant of what other reasons could have been behind these scars. She was afraid of what it might have been and took the easy way out. Izuku didn't have such options. Her hand was clenching, her throat was dry as she realized the implication. An implication she realized far too late. Katsuki paused a bit before continued talking. This time, his voice was barely audible, as if something heavy was stuck in his throat. He told her of that fateful day when he went too far. Take a swan dive off the roof. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. And hope that you have a quirk in your next life. How could such cruel words? Useless Deku. Useless. As it always has been. She failed to be there for him that day. Absent as he went through the worst day of his life. The last day of his life. Katsuki has been his friend since childhood, since they barely learned about the world. She knew have drifted apart, but she never thought. She should have felt fury at his confession, she should have shouted and cursed. But Inko felt nothing. She was in a trance, deep in processing how much she had failed. And the fact that nothing could fix this anymore. It was too late. Shouting and blaming, although they might fill the deep sense of guilt and helplessness in her heart, won't bring him back. Nothing will bring her son back now. Thankfully, hearing her sob as she started to get hysterical, Katsuki decided that he has overstayed his welcome. I'm sorry, he said so softly, so unlike him as he walked through the door, his fists still clenched. Maybe it has gotten too unbearable, for both of them. The two people who have failed him. Katsuki didn't come back a week later and was in an undeniably embarrassing situation. Inko should have known not to dabble in alcohol, but all of her senses and reasons were thrown out of the window. She needed it, She tried to argue with herself, to numb away the sadness in her soul. And the guilt that she was drowning in. Before Inko knew it, she was blind drunk, unaware of anything around her. Apparently, Katsuki thought that something bad happened to her and quickly rushed in to check her out. She was crying and mumbling the whole time, shouting out incoherent sentences. She didn't hear any of Katsuki's words, didn't want to hear. Inko was horrified at facing the reality that her son has really gone again. Katsuki was kind enough to help her to her bed, although he couldn't stop the intoxicating smell of alcohol from entering his nostrils. She was saying nonsense all the way, but Inko eventually calmed down. As tears started to flow again, Inko cried herself to sleep that night. She could hear Katsuki saying something remorsefully again with that abnormally soft voice, but her consciousness was too dim to make out. Inko realized Katsuki wasn't there anymore in the morning. Surprisingly, he came back the next day, knocking on her door gently. "Come in," she said dryly, and the door opened with a click. They sat opposite of each other, neither of them knowing how to proceed. There Inko finally decided to look at his face. No longer the confident and aggressive expression of him she has known since he was young. His red eyes were heavy, sunken with eye bags. The way he carried himself was hesitant, unlike the usual brash attitude. "Nightmares," she blurted out before she could stop herself. Katsuki just gave her a light nod. He has been suffering from night terrors. A condition was so similar to hers. Since she wouldn't go to sleep most of the time without her son's smile haunting her. She couldn't do anything in those dreams as her Izuku slowly withered, always calling for help, nowhere to be found. And now, here they are, Katsuki and Inko herself, have both suffered from their own ignorance. "Would you like some tea then, Katsuki-kun?" she asked, smiling sadly at him. He widened his eyes, perhaps not expecting it at all. Yes, auntie," he finally said with a shaky voice. They sat together in silence. The ticking of the clock was a reminder, a way to not lose touch with reality. Was he alone? Katsuki diverted his gaze, sighing tiredly. Yes. Izuku. He had no friends at school. Everyone was basically against him, or outright ignore him. What about the teachers? She inquired, despite the pit in her stomach kept telling her, no. They are even worse, Katsuki growled. They saw him getting bullied, me beating him up with my own hand, my own quirk. Here he gritted his teeth, a solemn look spread across his features. They didn't stop it, and some of them even encouraged it. A sharp noise resounded across the room, surprising Katsuki. Inko didn't realize her knuckles were white, nails dug deep, almost drawing blood. In front of her, the flower vase toppled down and shattered into pieces. Inko just looked at the vase blankly, shocked. Oh, she took a deep breath, trying to tone down the anger threatening to topple her over. Sorry about that, Katsuki-kun. You deserve to be angry. He whispered. Why makes you think I am? I saw your eyes when I looked into the mirror, auntie. He took a deep breath. I was angry at the school, at those extras, at how unfair it has been, and I absolutely detest myself, for not helping Izuku, for driving him to death myself. Stop. Quote. Just stop it, Katsuki. Luckily, he obeyed, keeping his silence. I think this is enough for today. Go home, Katsuki. He gave her a quiet nod, standing up from the table. With a silent click from the door, Inko knew that Katsuki has gone away. And her tears started to spill again. Because she knew, despite the obvious injustice her son faced, she was powerless to do anything. Katsuki came to her house regularly since then. Every week, once or twice, he made sure to arrive at her doorstep. His behavior has turned less volatile, quiet, and reserved. She didn't know if it was for the better or worse. Do you ever feel bad for what you've done, Katsuki? She suddenly asked one day. Every day, auntie, he said solemnly. Why did you do it, then? Because I'm a conceited, arrogant bastard. He spat out such venomous words, then sighed sadly. Ever since I was a kid, I have been told that I had the powerful, perfect quirk for a hero. Izuku didn't have any, and yet, he wanted to be a hero. Quote. It hurt my ego somehow. Someone quirkless wanted to be a hero, as if he was above me, I thought. As if he was looking down on me. He continued, as his voice started to get raspy, barely coherent. But Izuku didn't. I didn't realize it until too late, but he was the only friend I had. A real friend who saw me for who I am, not my quirk. And I pushed him too far, and now, Katsuki looked down, I'm all alone. It may haunt you for the rest of your life, even if you indirectly caused his death. You know that, right, Katsuki? I know. He trailed off. I deserved it. I deserved much worse. But I was never punished. The school swiped it clean off my record, and I basically got scot-free. It wasn't fair, he choked out, but it has never been fair for Izuku. Katsuki, Inko finally said in a stern voice, remember that I haven't forgiven you. Know that it will take more than just guilt. She clenched her teeth. Izuku, he was the most important of my life. I may never forgive you, she has said with such finality. Quote, but you, Katsuki, were also a victim of this society. For a moment, Katsuki looked as if he was startled by the pitiful look in her eyes, but decided against saying anything. You were blinded by the glamour from your quirk, a poisonous concept everyone sewed into the mind of their children. And I guess I was at fault, no less you. No, Auntie, Katsuki, she stated. I haven't been the best mother, I admitted. I didn't defend him when I heard my colleague's offensive words, for fear of losing my job. I didn't notice he was suffering inside, didn't comfort him when I was his only source of support. I left him when he needed me the most. It was out of your control, Auntie. Perhaps, but now I will live thinking that I should have done more, could have done more. I was so focused on making money, of providing for him the physical way, that I forgot humans had emotions. I couldn't imagine how he had felt, living in his own house with his mother who basically ignored him all the time, and a hand on her shoulder stopped her rambling. Katsuki didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes said it all. Don't blame yourself. Went unsaid. I guess, we both didn't do a very good job, huh, Katsuki? Humans are not perfect, Auntie. We are not infallible, even me, you, even Izuku. He said as he tried desperately to keep his composure, but I knew Izuku wouldn't want to see sad like this, Auntie. I couldn't get it out of my mind. His smile kept haunting me, and we all need time to heal, Auntie. If you want, I will still be here by then. I know it hardly means anything now, but, his voice cracked, as he struggled to get out the word. For the first time in a while, Inko saw the boy who yearned for her touch. An energetic boy with bright eyes rivaled her son as he smiled. The real Katsuki was seeping under the crack of his facade. It was almost unbearable, wasn't it, Katsuki? Yeah, he responded, his eyes glazed downward. And Inko, despite it all, decided to embrace the guilt-ridden boy in a hug. You can cry. You deserved that, at least. Then Inko felt a warm feeling spread over her shoulder, followed by a barely hearable sound of sobbing. Katsuki Bakugo, with his red eyes, figured he couldn't stop crying. If crying was a weakness, then he'd rather be weak to make up for what he has done. Although Katsuki's presence has been bitter at times, Inko could admit the Bakugo family was a constant source of comfort. They helped her through the worst of times. But Inko couldn't forgive Bakugo. And herself. Not yet. It would take a long time to mend what has been lost, but they were healing, at their own paces, in their own ways. You know, Ko-chan, Katsuki has been going to a therapist. Really? Yes, Mitsuki answered with a sad smile. It would take more than that to fix his mindset, but Katsuki was willing to change. I see. I just hoped it didn't come at the cost of Izuku's life. Mitsuki sighed. When he confessed to me that he was bullying Izuku, going as far as telling him to die, I have been so angry. So angry that I couldn't think, couldn't speak. Mitsuki looked down as she continued to speak. I hit him. I think I have never hit him that hard before. My hand was reacting before I could think. But he didn't respond, didn't shout back, didn't dare to look straight at my eyes. And it meant something, for broken pieces would never be mended perfectly. Izuku's death has hit him hard. His worldview was torn apart, a heroic facade that he has been fed since childhood. Both I and Masaru didn't stop it until it was too late. I'm sorry. No, Inko. Because I was a person so similar to him myself, I couldn't notice the error in his way and, she choked out painfully, I'm sorry, for everything. Inko just decided to hug her friend tight. Inko herself didn't know why her tears still managed to slip through her face once again. She thought it would have dried by now. They both cried, but Inko was comforted by the thought that the people who cared about her baby were still there, just hidden in plain sight by the cruelty of society. Inko was surprised to hear the door ring once again. Katsuki has just gone home a few minutes or so ago. Did he forget something? Reluctantly, she opened the door. There standing before was a blonde, but with yellow piercing eyes. A tired look under her eyes as she smiled awkwardly, showing her fangs. Hi, Mrs. Inko. It's nice to meet you again. The girl greeted her, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. To-chan, yes, sorry for keeping you waiting. Come on in. Inko hasn't seen Toga Himiko since forever. She was one of the few friends Izuku had. Maybe even the only friend he really had at that time. Inko knew that Toga lived in an unstable household, Izuku has told her after all. She couldn't imagine anyone who would hate their own child for something out of her control, a quirk that they thought to be villainous. But seeing what happened to her child firsthand, she was forced to believe that yes, people could be so cruel to others. Inko was glad to hear that Toga has been adopted, by a hero no less. That despite her suffering, she would find caring family after all. But looking back, perhaps if she hasn't been adopted, her child wouldn't have died. No, it was selfish of her to think like that, to deny Toga of her own happiness, to subject her to such bleak future. Besides, it's just wishful thinking now. I'm sorry, Himiko said, her voice so soft, with sadness deep hidden inside, for Izuku, I mean. Oh, Inko uttered, it's fine, to-chan. I'm sure Izuku was glad to have a friend like you. A friend that failed to be there for him. To do the same for him when he's at his worst. Himiko gritted her teeth. I couldn't. I know, Toga, Inko whispered softly. Do think I failed too, as a mother? Of course not, Himiko half shouted. You are the most kind-hearted, caring person. Yet I never noticed the signs before it was too late. Until he has gone, Inko whispered bitterly. Izuku, Himiko could only sigh, he hid it well. He would listen to my story and comfort me, but he never told me what was hurting him inside. And I was so stuck up in my own pain that I became ignorant. I failed him. To-chan, look at me. Inko said, her kind eyes never wavered, it was not your fault. I could have done more. We will always be living, wondering what if. But I think Izuku wouldn't want you to blame yourself like this. Not you, not me, not anyone. Izuku was always so kind like that. He was the best son I could ask for. A moment of silence. Himiko fumbled with her bag. Inside was a notebook titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, the Acting Hero, Vampire. This is his analysis of my quirk. It has helped me so much. But I never had the chance to return it. The notebook, with analysis and writing no doubt from her own son, she smiled fondly as memories of how rigorous he was at it began to flow in. Keep it, to-chan. I believe you will use it well, and it would be his wish, too. She smiled, giving Himiko back the notebook. Come to think of it, you're going to be a hero, right? Yeah, but an underground one, just like my dad. Eraserhead. Himiko gave her a light nod. Can you come with me for a sec? Oh, of course. Himiko agreed, trailing behind her. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door for the first time in a while. Covered in All Might's posters, she took out a gray box under the bed, labeled, Analysis, Underground Heroes. She has already given Katsuki the other one about Daylight Heroes on his promise that he will become a hero, to save people, to become better, and for the dream he and Izuku had since childhood. He would also speak out for those who couldn't, to change people's minds and save as many people like Izuku as possible. Inko just thought it was admirable somehow. That was just the first step for Katsuki, but it would take him a long way. Inko will now give this one to Toga. Because as far as she can tell, Toga will become a great hero. Inko had no doubt seen the steadfast resolution in her eyes. It would be better if this helped someone instead of being forgotten in a corner, anyway. After saying goodbye to Himiko, Inko sighed and sat down on her couch. This has been a long day, and mentally draining. But it didn't long for her to hear another knock at the door. Did Himiko forget something, or was it Katsuki again? Sighing, Inko opened the door, only to freeze at the sight before her. White hair brushes through her gaze, freckles on his cheeks. The calm, composed way he carried himself. Hisashi, she couldn't help but utter out, despite how irrational it was. Mikumo has always thought himself to be a logical person. It was just a natural benefit of his quirk. But soon, he himself realized that his quirk had a side effect. There is a catch for everything, after all. However powerful, however flashy, or even just subtle, a quirk always has weaknesses for everyone to exploit. And curiosity kills the cat. As an analyst, he constantly looked for quirks to dissect, for mysteries to solve. A search for knowledge that never truly ended. Maybe that's why he was so fascinated with Izuku Midoriya's quirk. A quirk filled with potential, filled to the brim with unknowns that made his sense tingle. So despite his better judgment, Mikumo is now standing before an apartment. Specifically, Inko Midoriya's apartment. He has crafted his greeting and many questions carefully, not wanting to cause the woman any distress. Even though he was apathetic, it felt wrong to intentionally cause the woman needless traumas, especially when he's supposed to be her son, in a complicated biological, quirky kind of way. For the record, this is still a terrible idea, but Mikumo had confidence that he was smart enough to deal with any situation. And it could get awkward, knowing that he is basically her son, all the while not. But as long as she remains ignorant about that, it shouldn't give rise to any problems. One of his goals was to obtain information. He needed to know more, information obscured that could only be seen from a different perspective. Inko Midoriya was perfect for that. At least, she was supposed to be. This isn't how Mikumo expected his simple endeavor to go. Hisashi. A simple sentence from the woman sent a shiver up his spine. Mikumo looked up, straight into her eyes. Her eyes, they were widened in shock as she struggled to form sentences. He looked behind him and found that there is no one standing there. So this could only mean that Mikumo himself reminded Inko of her husband, Hisashi. It was a startling thought. How could he? I'm Mikumo. Not Hisashi went unsaid. Oh, she uttered in realization. I'm sorry, you reminded me of someone I knew. A bitter expression spread across her face. The way her fists clenched in frustration didn't go past his eyes. In truth, Mikumo knew Hisashi himself was a terrible human being just from the information he dug up. Although it wasn't mentioned explicitly, he left his family to work overseas right after discovering the quirk status of his son. No one spotted him since, but a little more digging revealed that he stopped sending money for child support after a year. All the good sides of a scumbag. But this information was interesting. It had 67% to be related to the ongoing mystery called Izuku Midoriya. The fact that he reminded her of her absent husband was a major red flag. Let's see what else his analysis can dig up. That uncomfortable feeling kept creeping up her spine. Inko doesn't believe in coincidence. But the fact that this boy standing before her looked so alike to her husband that she promptly mistook him was alarming. Their resemblance was uncanny, to the cold, glazed-like eyes, to the color of his hair. Deep inside laid an unwavering sense of apathy. He looked like Hisashi too much. It made her wonder if I was a friend of your son, Izuku Midoriya. That boy said suddenly. The fluency of his statement along with such a flat tone brought Inko nothing but dread. He tried his best to frown, but his cold expression was unchanging. It doesn't reach his eyes. In truth, Mikumo has tried to act a few times before Kakeru, but that maniac said his face was as cold as ice, and his smile was highly unusual. Okay, you looked really uncanny with that smile. Stop, she has said. Really, it was starting to creep me out. Granted, she wasn't a good judge, but Mikumo is self-aware enough to know that his acting was flimsy. Since then, Mikumo decided that he'd better give a convincing excuse than rely on his disastrous acting skills. Luckily, the green-hair woman was too occupied in her thought to notice his obviously failing attempt. I see. She gave an awkward smile. Come in, then. Mikumo could tell that she was uncomfortable. More reason to tread lightly. He nodded, following her inside without another word. The apartment was simple, which brought him a homely feeling. It also showed that Inko Midoriya didn't have much. Especially now that she has quitted her job. Seriously, patronizing a woman for mourning her dead son. That was heartless from the hospital, but Mikumo could see that they didn't have much sympathy for a quirkless person. Somehow, that left a bad taste in his mouth. I apologize if the way I talk has made you uncomfortable. Mikumo said with an ever-changing expression. My quirk focused my brain on the logical side, so I was not good with emotions. Oh, it's all right. I was just baffled, that's all. You are the third one of Izuku's friends that has visited today. She waved her hand fondly. It was good to know that my Izuku had friends that cared so much about him. Truly, Mikumo quirked his brow, skeptical. Yes, his childhood friend Kachan and best friend Tachan. She replied, while Mikumo silently stored away that information for later. Tell me, how did you meet Izuku? We were quick friends after meeting at a library. We often talked about, Mikumo paused, quirks. Oh, realization flashed past her face. Do you mind if I ask what your quirk is, then? No problem, Mrs. Midoriya. My quirk is called analysis. It allowed me to calculate probability and process information faster. That was not all, of course, but it would derail the conversation should he ever go into details. And Mikumo did that a lot, courtesy of Kakeru for noticing. Maybe he could show off how sophisticated and versatile his quirk was another time. Recognition lit up in that tired eyes of hers. Slowly and brittle, like a layer of fresh frost, she gave him a smile. I can see why you two are friends, she said, sipping her tea slowly. You see, my Izuku has always been so passionate about quirks. He loved analyzing quirks, especially those belonging to heroes. Okay, that was a step in the right direction. This personality, the personification of him had to come from somewhere, after all. This was likely what made his analysis come into being. Interesting indeed, and there was also the connection with the absent father, Hisashi. Did Izuku get this trait from his father? It would be safe to assume so, considering the fact that Mikumo looked so alike to Hisashi that even his wife got it wrong. And if there is anything that Mikumo learned, it was the fact that nothing is a coincidence. His brain confirmed it's an 99% chance. But admittedly, other than some miscellaneous confirmation, Mikumo didn't have the capability to dig deeper. Granted, the man was slippery. Other than a name and assumed workplace, there wasn't much information about him, which was suspicious. Mikumo had half a mind to ask Inko about it but decided that it would be a bad idea. He was interesting to talk to. Enlightening, perhaps so, to find a mind so alike to mine. Mikumo answered finally, my condolences, Mrs. Midoriya. And no, it's, Inko heaved out a sigh, thank you, Mikumo-kun. I'm sure he was glad to have a friend like you. The green-hair woman smiled so sincerely, although her eyes looked pained. The wound was still fresh for her. I admitted I was shocked. He said as solemnly as possible, it was so sudden and. Mikumo sighed, eyes casting downward. It was like nothing even happened. No one told me anything. That was enough for me to know something was amiss. He finally said, I was hoping that you could. It's complicated, Mikumo-kun. She cut in, his expression regretful, I think it would be better if you didn't know. He was my friend. I want to know and, Mikumo sighed, hesitant about how to proceed, I'm sorry, I'm just. Feigning ignorant and guilt-tripping, are the two marvelous techniques that Kakeru told him about. Mikumo was skeptical at first, but even he can see that it was effective. It made him feel a tad bit like a villain, though. It's okay, Mikumo-kun. I understand what you are feeling but, she stopped herself abruptly when seeing his eyes, I guess there is no use hiding it from you. You don't have to if it makes you uncomfortable, Mrs. Midoriya. No, I'm fine. She waved her hand slightly, sighing deeply, my Izuku, he was bullied to death. It came about in such a hard, raspy tone. Mikumo would have felt bad if it hadn't been for his apathy. And even still, it was kind of painful to hear. I didn't know. Mikumo cast his eyes down solemnly. Inko just let out a sigh, shaking her head. I don't blame you. He did a good job hiding it, as much as I failed at noticing. She smiled bitterly. No matter how nasty his wound was, he would always hide everything from me. Quote. I would never have known if I hadn't seen his body that day. Cold and unmoving, littered with bruises and burns. She whispered, her tone was anxious. The worst part is that his childhood friend had a hand in it, all because of a misunderstanding. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Katsuki Bakugo? Mikumo asked. Yes. Inko widened her eyes in shock for a bit, before confirming it. Honestly, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. He found some autopsy pictures of Izuku, and found along with bruises and apparently self-harm wounds and many starburst-shaped scars. One, in particular, looked fresh. Then he searched in the vicinity for similar quirks. The closest one is Katsuki Bakugo with an explosion quirk. Considering in the school file, Inko had the Bakugo's family as an emergency number spoke for itself. He barely needed this confirmation. It was truly a shame they had a falling out like this. And you don't want to make him pay for it? Mikumo asked absent-mindedly. Of course I do. She raised her voice in a defensive way, but immediately shimmered down upon realizing, I just didn't think it would be what Izuku wanted. Izuku wouldn't want Katsuki to lose his chances at UA because of him. Even though I'm still in two minds about this, I respected Izuku's wish. His last wish. At this point, it was starting to grow weary for Inko. It's not your fault, Mom, and neither is Kachan's. Just be happy for me, okay? His last note was written in his notebook as it smeared with blood, dust, and filth. Besides, as much as I hated to admit it, Katsuki was beginning to change. As long as he makes an effort to change, I don't think I have the heart to take it away from him. She smiled sadly. He still had a long way to go, but I would believe in Izuku's trust in him. UA has a very strict rule about bullying and discrimination. He must change himself if he wants to remain in that school. The woman whispered in a low voice. That's why I will him the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. Mikumo nodded understandingly. Apparently, Inko had enough of talking about heavy and depressing stuff, so she promptly changed the subject. Come to think of it, aren't you about the same age as my Izuku? She asked with a smile. Yes. Mikumo raised his brow at the question, apparently confused about her sudden interest. Are you applying for UA? She asked finally, eyes studying Ho. Mikumo was at a loss for words for a moment, didn't really think about it before. Well, you still had a year or so until the entrance exam. I heard that UA was spectacular. She said in a slightly reminiscent tone. It has always been Izuku's wish to get into UA. Truly. It was like a bulb comically lit up inside his head. Now, this can potentially be interesting. That UA as a ground for budding heroes was a fact. Analyzing heroes in training with their quirks, untrained and volatile had a nice ring in Mikumo's head. UA has thousands of students attending the entrance exam every year. This was a golden chance to analyze the copious number of participants' quirks. Excitement took his mind by storm. Mikumo surely won't waste that opportunity. And besides, it's also a good opportunity to approach Katsuki, if his quirk was as spectacular as he was told. Potentially killing two birds with one stone. I think it can be fun. Mikumo answered. Of course, he was hesitant about this, but overall, it will be fun, little bro. He remembered that Maniac said that quote in their many bickerings. Yeah, it can be fun. Mikumo didn't notice his features has softened a bit, and Inko caught on quickly. I certainly understand the appeal there, Mikumo-kun. The green-hair woman smiled ever so gently, but I think if you want to catch up, you probably should start training now. Okay, maybe not so fast. Training, now that's a problem. Seeing Kakeru's face like this made Mikumo feel somewhat uncomfortable. So, you want me to train you in martial art? Kakeru asked while narrowing her eyes. I won't repeat myself, he responded stoically. Are you serious? She raised her brow. That gotta be the dumbest thing you ever said. Maybe not really martial arts, but at least the basic, how to fight, where to hit, things like that. I would have done some research, but tutorials were hard to come by in this age of Quirk. I want to learn, and you are the only one I know. He grumbled. Well, even Mikumo wasn't arrogant to think that he could win on only mind game and psychological warfare. After all, you can't think of a solution every time, have the right people, or be at the right place all the time. There are many things you can only do by yourself. Mikumo realized that at least he couldn't show extreme brute force like Kakeru, but it will at least increase his chances of passing the entrance exam. And since they don't shift personalities at will, Mikumo won't be able to take advantage of Kakeru's brute force and technique. Which brought him to this predicament. Why not go to a class, then? She asked, tilting her head slightly. They take too long, and I only have a year. Minus the time with my analysis and your misadventure. I figured you can teach me with our connection, and I will practice and research when I have free time. I can certainly see your point, but why? She asked, still skeptical about his unusual change in behavior. That smartass wants to learn how to fight. Madness, was the gist of it. I want to go to UA. What? Kakeru asked, apparently confused. A hero school, he answered finally, making Kakeru's eyes widen in shock. Seriously, becoming a hero? She snorted a bit in amusement. I was keen enough to notice the merit. He answered simply, and concluded that there was no point in another bickering. Kakeru's eyes studied him for a while, and she eventually smiled gleefully. Well, I know you are the smartest, little bro of mine. I would be happy to help. She chirped cheerfully. There is a but, isn't it? Yep, not ice cream again. He facepalmed. No, not that, I assure you. She laughed, waving her hand slightly. Well, I thought about it before, but I really want to improve my skill set. A skeptical expression adorned Mikumo's face. What? Don't look at me like that. She scowled, her expression still. Well, you know that Eraserhead is training me, right? Yeah, you told me that before. It was surprising that he does that willingly. He deadpanned. Shut up. She rolled her eyes. The point is, that guy is strong. I can't win against him in a fight, not like this. Half-baked strategy and poor awareness. He inquired, and Mikumo could hear Kakeru groan against that. Say all you will, but I think you can help me with that. I can't really brute force against him, so I have to use my brain. Smart Kakeru for the win, she said determinedly. For Mikumo, he could only feel that this is ironic somehow. But he relented nonetheless. I think that can be arranged. He mused. I can teach you how to pick apart your opponents, quirks, and weaknesses, and maybe how to make some basic strategies. Mikumo suddenly looked at her, sighing deeply. Not that your brain can comprehend complicate done anyway. He jabbed lightly with his words, but Kakeru just kept on grinning like an idiot. You are the best, little bro. With my strength and your advice, I can finally beat that homeless hero. She clenched her hand in excitement. I wouldn't count on it, but it will certainly bring you closer to your goal. I will see to that personally, he said firmly. Kakeru looked nervous, but her expression turned determined almost immediately. I wouldn't expect any less, little bro. Kakeru showed him her signature toothy grin again. This is not going to be easy, is it? While then, Inko was sitting in her home, her thought drifted back to a certain white-haired boy. She spent most of her time basically seeing a smaller Hisashi before, with a presence so similar that it made her feel so uncomfortable. But looking back, she could only smile fondly. Because when she mentioned UA and quirks, his eyes lit up with subtle excitement. It was so similar to the joy in Izuku's eyes. It made Inko realize how much she had missed, how much she had failed to notice. Was behind the joy in Izuku's eyes subtle sadness, too? Sighing, Inko expulsed all these thoughts out of her mind. Single quote, single quote. Izuku's body hasn't been found yet. Possibly never. Inko couldn't imagine what these people wanted to do to the body of the deceased. The body of her son. It made her feel cold and dreadful. She calmed herself down as she shakily grabbed her phone, dialing a familiar number. No answer. Inko put her phone down slowly. With silent tears sliding down, she closed her eyes and began to drift to sleep. Maybe Hisashi will answer her call tomorrow. This was not how Hitoshi expected his day to go. To be fair, he has never expected anything to go his way, because frankly, it was impossible. You could say Hitoshi is a logical person. Of course, that could be just his insomnia. Either way, this has been a shitty day for Hitoshi, well, shittier than normal anyway. Maybe he thought he could finally enjoy a day in peace, without those jerks at school calling him a villain, a freak, and all that colorful words. Perhaps since the final term exam is coming, everyone has been equally tense and tame lately. Well, at least that is what he thought until he came back to the place he reluctantly called home. Where people were supposed to be his family looked at him in disdain. They never really cared for his existence, and Hitoshi is more or less okay with that. It hurt sometimes, and it infuriated him many times, but there simply was nothing he could do. No one wants to raise a villain. Objectively speaking, he is not a villain, but it was hard to protest when everyone else told him the same things. How villainous his quirk is, how he's just another villain in the future. People heard about his quirk and just outright started to ignore him. Granted, not everyone is like that, but no one wanted to put a target on their back for being his friend. But Hitoshi is not a villain, and every day he desperately tries to prove others wrong. Through sheer effort in training, academics, or socializing, he tried it all. And maybe with UA, he could make his dream come true. Perhaps then, he could proudly make a comeback. Okay, maybe that is kind of petty, but Hitoshi supposed they all deserved it for looking down upon him. For now, though, it's just a dream that needed efforts to become true. He returned home today, where the shouting between his parents never really ended. Neither of them wanted to be here, forced together by something unwanted. Such as Hitoshi himself. With a scowl on his face, Hitoshi decided to turn the other. He doesn't want to deal with this, not now. Perhaps a walk will clear his head. That was a great idea. Walking in the middle of the night, especially in Hitoshi's neighborhood, is extremely risky. Who knows how many have gone missing in such folly? Apparently, Hitoshi was about to find out that himself. Judging by how he was held up in the air, with his feet desperately flailing around as he desperately tried to breathe, Hitoshi could confidently say it has been a very shitty life. And this is a very shitty way to end. The villain kept laughing as Hitoshi began to feel weaker, his vision started to become unclear and his arms started losing their strength. EGH, he desperately scratched the man's arm, hoping for a miracle to appear. And indeed it did. Suddenly, something with a metallic shine flew past Hitoshi's face, impaling the villain in the arm, making him shout in pain, and forcing him to let go of his grasp. Hitoshi fell to the ground, quite ungracefully he might add, but he couldn't care less. Immediately, Hitoshi tried to crawl away, as the newly appeared heroine began to fight with the villain. Hitoshi didn't know who she is, but he sure was glad she was there. The hero threw out a handful of shining metallic blades from her belly at the villain with frightening accuracy. But the villain was no easy fish too, as he used his quirk to block most of the projectiles. Some of the blades were steered off the track and went flying everywhere. One in particular even grazed his arm, drawing blood under his school uniform. "Oh, are you okay, kid?" The hero noticed his grunting in pain and tried to ask, and immediately she was hit by an invisible barrier created by the villain's quirk. She lost her balance and fell to the ground as the villain took the opportunity to run away. Hey, come back, here, she shouted as she hastily got to her feet, throwing a number of blades at the villain while chasing right after him. And in the process left Hitoshi alone in the alleyway. Okay, fantastic, how responsible of her. Hitoshi would have rolled his eyes or spouted sarcastic words if his arm didn't hurt like hell. Blood was oozing from the wound, and a searing sensation spreading through it. Fuck, he grunted in pain. That's not a nice word to say. A feminine voice sounded from not far away. Hitoshi turned back, alarmed. There he saw a short girl, freckles on her face, her curly green hair gently fluttering in the wind. Her green eyes stared at him, appraising Ly. Who are you? He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, as the girl's unwavering gaze fell on him. You can call me Kyoko. I'm a medic and I'm here to help, she explained. In the middle of the night, Hitoshi raised his brow in skepticism. What is your intention? Hitoshi asked, activating his quirk in the process. He could see the moment the girl's eyes glosses over as he lost control of her action. To help people, an earnest answer that made him widen his eyes. Hitoshi decided to let go of his quirk, giving her back control. Sorry about that, I have to make sure. This has been a long night, he explained, decided not to meet her eyes. A hypnosis quirk, making sure you're safe is fine, but don't do it again, especially while I'm patching you up. Kyoko sighed as she approached him. This is also illegal quirk usage, but I won't tell as long as you don't use it to break the law. I'm not a villain, that was what he was about to protest before being interrupted. Roll up your sleeve, let me see your wound lest it get infected, she commanded. Awkwardly, Hitoshi did just that while blushing profusely. His limited interaction with people, mainly girls as they tended to avoid him, made Hitoshi especially vulnerable to his emotions. The fact that she's the first one that decided to help him willingly doesn't help either. Now Hitoshi really feels like an asshole for using his quirk on her. The cut isn't too deep, but it will leave a scar if ignored. You don't want that, do you? Kyoko asked, her eyes fixated on the wound. Wait a bit. Kyoko sit down, revealing what Hitoshi recognized to be a first aid kit and a bottle containing some kind of translucent liquid. Hold out your arm, it may hurt a bit. Hitoshi complied, not forgetting to grit his teeth expecting there to be pain. But his arm was only met with a cool feeling and felt kind of prickly, but it didn't hurt at all. It didn't hurt much, did it? This is the common liquid of disinfectant in hospitals, which wasn't really popular compared to healing quirk, but it gets the job done. She explained while carefully washing the blood away from the wound. It's different from pre-quirk disinfectants, which might hurt your healthy tissues and cause pain, but I guess that wasn't widespread knowledge. Kyoko opened the med kit, taking out a tweezer and some medical cotton. Gently, she began to apply a light gel of some sort, most likely to increase healing. Hitoshi heard about it before, and the fact that it was made based on a person with a minor healing quirk, which at the time was easier to implement for public usage. It seemed that she was quite experienced too as she quickly bandaged his arm. Now Hitoshi feels a numbing sensation, but at least the wound bleeds no more. I did my best, though you should go to a hospital if it worsens. She advised, do you feel hurt anywhere else? I think my throat hurt a bit, but it was probably because I was choked by that villain. I see, it's just a bruise, and you will be fine as long as you don't damage it further. She nodded. With that said, I will take you to the police station. They will get you home from there. Hitoshi frowned at the mention of his family and kept his head down. But he didn't account for the fact that the green-haired girl noticed it. Can you walk? She asked, offering him a hand. Like the socially awkward person he is, Hitoshi can only look away, embarrassed. Why yeah, I think my legs are still fine. He stuttered, which received a nod in return. Good. The police station is not far from here, she said and walked onward, making a hand signal for him to follow. The police station was quiet, with the sound of chattering and keyboard typing once in a while. Then a green-haired girl entered, trailing behind her a boy with wild purple hair, and bandages on his arm. Hey, Naomasa, the medic kid is here again, and with a boy. An officer with cat features called out loud. The voice caught everyone's attention, as looks were directed their way. Kyoko can only sigh and Hitoshi, admittedly, felt flustered too. What? A tall man with short black hair and eyes said, stopping his work for a moment. Hey, Ko-chan, another patient so soon? The cat officer then cheerfully asked. People in this area get hurt a lot, I'm just glad to help, Kyoko said with a slight smile on her face. So you must know this is getting very risky, right? The man with black hair, who Hitoshi knew as Naomasa. I know, but I need to help people and, she took a deep breath, I can defend myself if push comes to shove. You are giving me a lot of headaches these days, kid. Naomasa sighed. How did he get hurt? Well, you see, she was about to explain when. Nai. A deep female voice resounded across the station. Then a body literally got thrown past the door, landing on the ground with a thud. It was the man that attacked Hitoshi before. He was very much unconscious. Then a woman in black clothes came in. On her body adorned many knives like some sort of jewelry. She came in with a toothy grin. Another villain apprehended, she exclaimed proudly, and Hitoshi could feel many people in the police station roll their eyes. Then her eyes went to Hitoshi. Oh, it's you, Purple Bush. Glad to see you alive and kicking. She joked but froze upon seeing Kyoko narrowing her eyes. Sorry about before. I kind of messed up with my attack there. Naomasa seemed to piece everything together pretty quickly after looking at the heroine and Hitoshi's wound. Really, Blade? He asked. Didn't I tell you to be careful with your knives? It may get a civilian killed some days. It was almost funny seeing how much the heroine, Blade, slumped down, silently sulking. Got it, Tsuki, she answered with crocodile tears swelling in her eyes. Talk with Sansa over there. I need to discuss a few things with this kid, first. He commanded as the cat officer stood up, saluting. Blade could only sigh. He directed Hitoshi to follow him as Kyoko approached the officer and whispered something to him. Naomasa looked at him, expression unreadable as he sighed. You need to take care of yourself first, kid, he said, and reluctantly she smiled a bit. Okay, don't you worry, I will get to the bottom of it. Kyoki gave him a light bow as she proceeded to walk in the opposite direction. Hey, where are you going? He asked out awkwardly. Kyoko spared him a look, and she then gave him a gentle smile. People still need my help, she said, but the way her eyes set on him as his stomach dropped. And you, please take better care of yourself. Then she went out, just like that, making Hitoshi ponder about a lot of things. Unintentionally, he clutched his arm, where scars untold littered. It was supposed to be a secret. He wasn't planning for anyone to know. Hitoshi silently cursed himself for forgetting. Before I asked you any questions, keep in mind that my quirk is lie detector. It can perceive your answer as either true or false. The officer, Naomasa said. In response, Hitoshi could only shift in his chair uncomfortably. You will know if I lie, he asked, most likely for a confirmation. Unless my quirk malfunctioned, which has never happened before. He responded simply, scribbling down something on his note. Hitoshi could only keep his head down. Let's try this again. I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. Can you tell me your name? He asked, and Hitoshi felt like he could melt under that scrunting gaze. Hitoshi Shinso, he sighed, answering the first question. After a couple of simple introduction questions that Hitoshi could feel comfortable answering, the detective asked Hitoshi about the event that happened, to which he replied in great detail. I'm surprised you could keep calm like this. Not many people can keep their head cool when facing a traumatic experience, he said curiously. And Hitoshi played right into his trap. I'm used to it, Hitoshi blurted out and immediately tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Naomasa's eyes widened for a bit, before settling down. Can you elaborate on that? He asked. No, Hitoshi said simply as he stared back at the detective. It's fine if the information is too sensitive for you. However, I assured you that whatever you decided to say is safe with me. The detective insisted. On his face laid nothing but patience. A shame that Hitoshi had to disappoint. My answer won't change. He couldn't say yes, because the entrance exam is so close, and Hitoshi doesn't want to waste his chances solving trivial problems. It wasn't trivial at all, Hitoshi himself knew this, but he was stubborn, too stubborn to face the truth. Hitoshi doesn't need help, not now. Naomasa could only sigh wearily. You can always change your mind later. For now, I won't cry. Thank you, detective. Relief immediately flooded his body. Naomasa wearily turned off the recorder and sighed. After a moment, Hitoshi decided to engage in a conversation. Can I ask you something? Of course, but whether I answer or not is depend, he said, which Hitoshi gave him a light nod. Who is that green hair girl? Hitoshi asked, and the detective immediately raised his brow. She is Kyoki, at least that's what she called herself. Naomasa mused. You wish to know about her? Well, she patched me up out of kindness, after all. It's natural that I feel curious. Hitoshi responded as calmly as possible, but he could swear his face was heating up at that time. Kyoko, or as Sansa called her Ko-chan, is a street medic. Well, she first appeared a few months ago, tending to injured people in the street. He explained, it would have been that way, and no one would be wiser if he hadn't saved a hero not so long ago. What, really? Hitoshi was at a loss for word. Indeed, the hero got into an intense fight and suffered a really nasty wound. Kyoko patched him up and stayed with him until the ambulance arrived. Here, Naomasa had a wistful look. That girl always seemed shy, and wore a smile on her face, but don't let that fool you. The sudden advice made Hitoshi blink in confusion. Anyway, she started to become very bold after that. She once even turned a wanted villain in after saving his life. Naomasa grimaced. I had to give her some Quirk suppressing cuffs for emergency after that. She seemed like an interesting person, Hitoshi muttered, mostly to himself. I suppose so. My colleagues grew on her quickly, and they took years to even get to know me. The detective laughed fondly while saying that. Wow, Hitoshi could only exclaim. I think it was because of the fact that she's genuine about everything. Sincerity can go a long way, after all. I suppose so. Thank you for answering, detective. Hitoshi answered earnestly. They both stayed silent for a while. Ah, it's getting late, isn't it? Do you need me to call your parent? The detective asked, then looked to the cat officer, or perhaps Sansa can give you a ride home. I don't, he trailed off, and Hitoshi could immediately feel Naomasa's gaze on him, searching for signs. I don't need to go home. A runaway. He raised his brow. No, he protested, a little too loud for his intent. My parents aren't home tonight. And the door is locked. Lost my keys. I see. The detective only answered passively. Hitoshi then immediately realized that he indeed fucked up, crafting a half-baked story to a literal human lies detector. Perhaps this night has really messed with his mind. He wasn't supposed to lose focus like that. You can stay in the station for tonight. I believe Sansa's room isn't used very much. We can contact your parents tomorrow. Naomasa just nodded in understanding. Why? Hitoshi said, clearly shocked. I don't know what you're talking about. He replied aloofly. Hey, Sansa, can you put this kid up for tonight? Sure thing, Tasuki. He heard a response from afar. Then the cat officer turned back to the heroine. Be careful next time, alright Mrs. Blade. Of course, I really need to subdue some criminals now. She responded apologetically, quickly getting up from the chair. Civilian to save, yeah, that too. It has been nice meeting everyone. Goodbye. The heroine exclaimed as she sprinted out of the station as fast as she could. Hitoshi could hear Naomasa's sigh of anguish behind him. Somehow, he was amused. In the dead of night, that's when criminal thrives the most. Perhaps Naomasa took solace in his job as a detective, working late at night to find clues and investigate mysteries, but it still bore him out sometimes. Apparently, Naomasa was not alone in that aspect, as he could occasionally hear the sound of yawning and weariness growing around. Occasionally though, some underground heroes can bring in criminals that they apprehended, but even then, they will most likely go to other much more accessible stations. Musutafu is not by any means a small city, and there are posts and officers ready to dispatch at any given moment. The crime rate has been growing up these days as a direct influence of the rising vigilante stain. Though, Naomasa thought the term villain was more fitting for the hero killer. It was causing the whole of Japan a headache these days, and some maniacs even started to idolize him. Not to mention a lot of things people failed to notice as this supposed vigilante took the attention. Recently, the Yakuza have been getting very bold, also. Not to mention the medic kid and this new trauma child that resembled Aizawa a lot. Naomasa sighed. He really needed to get some coffee. Detective, I believe you should go rest instead of having coffee, Sansa said from behind him. Sansa was too sharp about this sort of thing for Naomasa's liking, but Naomasa knew he meant well. I suppose so. Perhaps I will have a moment of clarity if I have enough rest. Naomasa sighed, as the intentions were immediately swept off his mind. Good night, Detective. Sansa saluted. Naomasa quickly got himself to his private detective room. The story behind it was kind of ironic. Supposedly he didn't need this, but Toshinori insisted on having one to have the right environment for his work. The police station just happened to have a discarded waiting room at that time. So now this is called the detective room. Naomasa rubbed his head wearily. Sitting on the bed in the corner of the room had the sound of rusty old metal, he sighed. After a moment of his thought wondering, he took out his phone. Tsukauchi. A weary voice on the other end. Hello, Aizawa, he stated politely. Are you patrolling right now? I just went home. Apparently, an overly eager underground hero has been beating up criminals left and right. Although Naomasa couldn't see, he could imagine Aizawa scoffing on the other end. Blade, isn't it? He inquired. She was annoying, and a little bit reckless, but at least she gets the job done. Aizawa sighed. I'm glad she's not causing more trouble. Naomasa said, is Toga-chan okay these days? Aizawa paused for a bit. She's getting better. She managed to keep up with her training for UA, and her therapy session will end soon. Aizawa answered in a soft tone. Well, Naomasa figured that he had a soft spot for his daughter. Adopted daughter, if you will. Glad to hear that. She will make a good hero. Naomasa could only nod his head in agreement. Of course, she will. Aizawa answered proudly. How's that thing I asked you are going? There was no record of her. There was no one with the name Kakiru. While I figured it might be a fake name, no one with her distinctive feature had a similar quirk. I figured out someone had a blood quirk and an explosion quirk simultaneously will be hard to find. Naomasa grimaced, a supposed villainous quirk and a heroic quirk combined. Who could have thought? I see. Thank you for trying, though. Aizawa said, his voice sounding hard and uneasy. How's that medic kid? As bold as ever, Aizawa. Although she saved a lot of people, I can't say I approve of her way of helping. It's too reckless. Kids these days. Aizawa sighed on the other line. It has been nice talking to you, Tsukauchi. Now I must get some sleep. Nezu has been bothering me persistently these days. Mr. Eraserhead is getting famous, huh? He snickered. Not that I'm jealous of you. Naomasa could only hear a grunt of annoyance on the other end. Good night to you too, Aizawa. Putting down the phone, Naomasa could only sigh. For a moment upon lying down, he could almost feel a sense of normalcy, of peace. It never lasts long anyway. Luckily that mad brat didn't come to him for training every day. When Aizawa offered to train Kakiru, if that was really her name, he didn't expect the physical and mental baggage that came with her hyperactivity. The attitude deeply reminded him of Joke, actually, and Aizawa could only shudder at the implication. She was enthusiastic, and Aizawa was glad to see someone actually take his advice seriously, but her thrill for adventure was just as big as her drive to improve herself. That was a nice way of saying that she tended to get into trouble, and proceeded to decimate everyone in her way, often leaving broken bones in between. Technically, Kakiru won't be arrested for vigilantism. She didn't use her quirk much because it required her to get hurt first. And if she does get hurt, then it will be counted as self-defense. Aizawa supposed it was fortunate that her opponents were just mostly small fries that didn't have any notable physical fitness or were too reliable on their quirks. They can still be dangerous, but with her quirk, Kakiru could afford to get hurt a bit, and actually needed to get hurt. Aizawa wondered if she has received quirk counseling for it, but judging by her brash attitude, it wouldn't amount to anything anyway. He just hoped she will be tamer in her approach in the future. At least her heart is in the right place. Perhaps he will express these concerns at their next meetings, but Aizawa didn't count on it. Thinking about Kakiru always makes him sigh like this. He's going to get gray hair if this problem child decided to become even more problematic. But that's the problem for another time. Tonight was rather peaceful, but Aizawa decided to continue patrolling just for a while more before Nezu tried to hound him again. He didn't want to deal with that rat again so soon. That was when he spotted the first troublesome encounter. While he was skulking on the roof, a woman with knives was fighting a man with turtle mutations. She kept throwing knives at his shell with ferocity, although it ultimately amounted to nothing. And she was looking quite frustrated, it seemed. "Hey, come out here, you coward." Apparently, that's the eccentric heroine Blade, whose principle is beating criminals with shouts that wake up the whole streets. Aizawa sighed in annoyance, jumping down to assist the hot-headed heroine. Turned out, the turtle guy was drunk and kept using his shell to cause chaos in the street. After sticking a taser in the shell, that guy convulsed and immediately came out of his shell. Kind of anticlimactic for a fight, Aizawa would like to admit. "Thank you for the save, Eraserhead." Blade beamed at him. "Who could have thought you can use a taser like that? I haven't even noticed I had one." "Then you're an idiot." Aizawa sighed. "Aren't you going to handcuff him?" "Oh shoot, I forgot." She waved her hand sheepishly before finally deciding to do her job properly. Aizawa decided to stay for a few minutes, just to make sure Blade didn't mess up again. Unfortunately for Aizawa, when Blade was done with catching criminals and contacting local authorities to clean her mess up, the heroine was a terrifying gossiper just like Midnight, judging by the way she edged close to him, whispering what she thought to be the secret of the universe. "Hey, did you hear?" She smirked, giving him a sideway look. "Hear what?" Aizawa reluctantly answered in a bored tone. Sure, it could be interesting to hear what kind of information the heroine dished out, but mostly it was mentally draining. "I heard that there's a new vigilante in town. They said he's a demon." She hushed dramatically. "Any criminals who crossed his path get holes in their body." Scary, isn't it? Aizawa has never really liked vigilante, for lots of reasons. Most of them are hero wannabes or fame-seeking lunatics that sooner or later will get themselves killed. And the ones that really had the skill are usually a pain in just like Stain. Though, underground heroes sometimes decide to work with vigilantes to accomplish certain missions. Their alliance is a mutual distrust and only intensify after the Stain accidents. And your opinion? Don't really care about it. It's not my business as long as he hasn't done any actual harm. She waved her hand dismissively. "Besides, that guy's apparently very dangerous, and I don't want to risk it for nothing." "You're actually afraid of a vigilante?" Aizawa asked, raising his brow. He didn't get that sort of reputation from nowhere. Blade rolled her eyes. "Who knows what kind of crazy ideology this guy has? He's virtually unknown, and I will be dead meat dealing with another Stain. At least you have some sense of self-preservation." Aizawa shrugged while Blade narrowed her eyes in response. "Okay, you make your point." She sighed, averting her eyes. "Well, knowing your luck, you have a better chance of meeting him than I do. I will be cheering you on if you somehow manage to get into a fight with him." "Most unappreciative," Aizawa grunted in response. "You have to admit that's kind of true." The way Aizawa didn't respond back from this point on only served to solidify Blade's victory. It was just a joke, after all. Right, Aizawa hasn't really taken Blade's words seriously, he never did. So now in this predicament, he only got himself to blame. Frighteningly accurate to Blade's prediction, there Aizawa saw a vigilante in leather armor with dark green straps. His face was obscured by a simple skull mask, by the look of it. It seemed like the rumor was true, after all. The vigilante, with a rapier in his right hand, movement fluid and precise, managed to incapacitate a villain with a dangerous acid quirk with ease. Some of his movement was even too hard to follow, but he made sure to hold back, deliberately avoiding fatal blows. As if he was dancing a hypnotizing dance of death. The villain lying on the ground would be a testament to that. Then behind his mask, his black eyes stared at Aizawa. It was sharp, dangerously so. Aizawa immediately sidestepped to dodge a knife aimed at his shoulder. Alarmed, he focused his eyes to use his quirk. But nothing happened. Aizawa at that moment felt a flash of panic and almost didn't notice the mysterious vigilante coming right at him. With his instinct flaring, Aizawa managed to dodge the incoming stab at the last second and used his scarf, in an effort to restrain the vigilante's movement. It wrapped the vigilante's arm, and he hesitated, but a slash from his sword made Aizawa realize it wouldn't last long. Aizawa tried to use his quirk again to no avail. Something was restricting his ability, and he felt a heavy sense of dread in his chest. The vigilante looked surprised at how durable the scarf was, but ultimately he weaved through, using his rapier to pin the scarf down to the ground, and the restriction of movement ultimately worked against Aizawa. He threw out a few move knives as Aizawa hastily took out 2 daggers from his belt, one blocking the knives, and one slashing off the scarf to give himself room to move. He managed to block the lunge of the vigilante that came right after these knives, but it staggered him down. Within quick succession, the vigilante spins his rapier, hitting Aizawa in the wrist, and forcing him to drop one of his daggers. Using the only one he had left, Aizawa tried to block the attack to no avail, as the force pried the dagger from his hand. With a sweep of the leg, now Aizawa is lying on the ground with a rapier right before his throat. "Who are you?" the mysterious vigilante asked as his squinting gaze fell on Aizawa. Despite the adrenaline pumping in his blood, Aizawa did his best to remain rational. There was nothing he could do, really, since he was completely at the vigilante's mercy. Aizawa could only glare at him, expression unmoved. "Wait," he suddenly said, retracting his rapier, "you're Eraserhead." Aizawa got up, but his posture was tense and his eyes blazed in alarm. However, it seemed that it wasn't the vigilante's intention to fight him at all. "Sorry, I thought you were a villain. You did a good job staying hidden," he said, tone surprisingly apologetic. "Apparently, not enough. Again, sorry for that. My paranoia got the better of me." The vigilante sighed. "He wasn't hostile, at least. You must be skilled," Aizawa said, his eyes scanning, trying to find anything that would give off more information about the vigilante. He found none. "Of course, or I might as well get myself killed first." He chuckled darkly. "Can't lose your head nowadays, am I right?" Unfortunately, his flimsy attempt at humor didn't make Aizawa laugh. That was to be expected. "You know about me, then?" Aizawa quirked his brow. "Not much. I know your hero name is Eraserhead, you have a very durable metal scarf, and that your quirks making others quirk unusable." He answered simply, but perked up his head soon after. "Also, judging by your reaction in that fight, I guess your quirk's a sight-based one, right?" The man was intuitive. "That's problematic. Are you quirkless, then?" Aizawa asked, which made the vigilante flinch in surprise. Aizawa wondered if he had touched a nerve, and quickly improvised. "You didn't react to my quirk," Aizawa stated. "Oh," he said, scratching his head sheepishly, "I guess it's because I have a similar quirk as you." "I erased your quirk. You have an erasure quirk." He could only widen his eyes in surprise. Erasure is an incredibly rare quirk, after all, and apparently quite troublesome, too. "Yeah, but I think it's inferior to yours," he said thoughtfully. "I can erase quirks from a distance with my hand." "Your hand? That's right. Your quirk affects everyone in your sight, isn't it?" the vigilante asked, and Aizawa nodded in response. "Why do you ask? Unlike yours, I can only take a hold of one quirk at a time, 2 quirks if I use both of my hands, but that will leave me pretty much defenseless." He explained. "That's actually why I decided to use a rapier." That made a lot of sense, actually. Aizawa's erasure is useful no doubt, but it has limits and gives him dry eyes. However, it's a sight-based quirk, so it's quite powerful at anticipating multiple opponents at once. Not like Aizawa has many opportunities to use it like that. You can hold onto them forever. I think. It doesn't hurt me or anything if I hold onto a quirk for too long." The vigilante shrugged in response. "It doesn't have a time limit, but instead a limit on targets." "You're a bad match for me." The vigilante didn't look surprised by his statements. "I think. I had longer reach, the element of surprise that you didn't know my quirk, and my weapon pierced right through your capture scarf," he said, holding up his hand. "Sorry about that, by the way." "I got careless," Aizawa grunted in annoyance. "You could say that, but it wasn't your fault, not really. My fighting style could be very hard to counter." He mused, looking at Aizawa. "Oh. Did I hurt you too badly anywhere?" "I'm fine." He could only reply with hidden irritation. "That's good." The vigilante said passively, but then took a moment to look at the clock on his hand. Can you get this villain to the police station for me? I kind of have something urgent. Shouldn't you be arrested for vigilantism instead? Aizawa raised a brow at the vigilante's obvious attempt to slip away. Firstly, I don't want to fight you. I haven't done anything particularly villainous, have I? Secondly, you weren't sure of your chance against me. You said it yourself, so it's only logical. Well, there was nothing Aizawa could say to that. When dealing with a vigilante this skilled, it was simply too risky. And so, Aizawa could only sigh. If that's all, goodbye, Eraserhead. I have a feeling we're going to meet again. The man said and disappeared into the darkness of the alley, leaving Eraserhead with an unconscious criminal. Aizawa didn't see the vigilante again until the next week, but because of how secretive he supposed the vigilante to be, Aizawa wasn't in the least surprised. It just grated on his nerve that a vigilante with unknown motives, and actually had the skills to back it up, still roaming around. Fortunately, he didn't seem hostile. The world doesn't really need another Stain running around. This time around though, the vigilante seemed to be the one in a predicament. He was fighting, but it seemed that his rapier didn't do much against a woman with tendrils for hair, each of them carrying a weapon of their own, and actually managed to control them decently. Every time the vigilante tried to take out his hand, most likely to use his quirks, the woman attacked even more fiercely. His swordplay was good, but he was by no means invincible. Sighing, Aizawa decided to jump in against his better judgment, and with a glare, the tendril on her head lost its strength and the clatter of the weapon with the ground can be heard. The woman looked surprised at the new hero entering the fray, but that lapse in concentration cost her a kick to the face. She fell limp and didn't get up again. The vigilante gestured for Aizawa to handcuff the girl, and he simply nodded in compliance. And the vigilante did try to keep his distance, most likely still wary of him. Thank you for the assist, Eraserhead. He nodded, apparently sincere with his word. I knew we would meet again. At least he was civil enough. What are you doing here? Aizawa asked in skepticism. Besides the obvious, he answered in a confused tone, and Aizawa could only roll his eyes. Why did she attack you like that? You see, that lady was trying to mug someone. Obviously, I tried to intervene. The vigilante explained, but just as she was about to lose, she injected herself with something, and apparently got a power-up right away. I guess I was taken aback a bit. Trigger, Aizawa said simply. Trigger, is that some kind of drug? Yes. Aizawa nodded in response. Nothing much is known about it, besides the fact that it gives a boost to an individual quirk, but lowers their sense of reason as a result. So that's why that woman was trying to stab me like crazy. He mused to himself. Again, thank you for that, Eraserhead. Try to be more careful next time. Not trying to arrest me anymore? The vigilante asked in a curious tone, but Aizawa remained stoically silent. Quote. Ha, you too, Eraserhead. He sighed, turning in the opposite direction. The next time we meet, call me Shade at your convenience. And then the vigilante disappeared once again. Aizawa started to see the vigilante quite regularly after that. It wasn't an easy relationship as they were wary of the others for a long time. Eventually, though, they learned to get around. Aizawa realized he couldn't catch the vigilante outright and wasn't sure if he even wanted to catch him. Shade so far hasn't done anything bad, and he was surprisingly sympathetic to the victim he saved. Someone with that kind of empathy couldn't possibly be evil. Shade would help him if he spotted Aizawa in a sticky situation, so it's only natural that Aizawa did the same. They have become some sort of comrade in arm, one would say. Is that the last of them? Aizawa asked after delivering an uppercut, knocking a guy out cold. I think, Shade replied, wiping the blood off his rapier. I didn't expect to find a trigger dealing ring of all things, 3 times in a row. They are getting bolder, Aizawa said simply, crouching to the ground to inspect the beak mask. And we still don't know much about the one behind it. We should remain vigilant. Seems like it will only get even worse in the future. Shade sighed. You called Tsukauchi yet? Yes, he will be here in a minute. Luckily we got rid of the criminals quickly before things escalated. It would be a mess to clean up. Aizawa answered with a heavy tone. I suppose so. Shade nodded, turning to leave. Aizawa made no effort to stop the vigilante. Take care, Eraserhead. Aizawa scowled but ultimately did nothing. He only answered with a nod before the vigilante disappeared once again. Aizawa didn't want to admit it, but having someone to watch his back sure kept a lot of burden off his mind. Especially if it was someone skilled and didn't talk his ears off. Outside of his questionable act of vigilantism, Aizawa could even say Shade was actually a good company. Despite the difference in occupation, their ideology is surprisingly similar. Perhaps that was why Aizawa could tolerate talking with the vigilante. Shade didn't seem to mind much, either. Why don't you become a licensed hero? You certainly got the skills. Aizawa has asked one time. Shade was sitting on the ledge of the roof, looking down upon the city. His eyes were obscured by a sense of sadness. I have thought about that before. Shade answered, it's just that life isn't for me. Why did you say that? Aizawa raised a brow at the vigilante. I'm a terrible person, Shade answered simply, looking down, his shoulders slumped. You're not, Aizawa quickly said, I know you long enough to reach that conclusion. Perhaps for you, Eraser. Shade only sighed. Aizawa was confused but ultimately decided not to question more. He decided to change the subject. Say, I never noticed you're a religious person. Aizawa could see Shade turning at him, his eyes wide. Oh, once so often, Aizawa could spot Shade alone, his hands clasped together, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, whispering something Aizawa couldn't hear, only for Shade to tremble afterward, clenching his hand in frustration. Shade was always mysterious in that kind of way, seemingly knowing something Aizawa couldn't. Shade remained silent for a while, making Aizawa wonder if he would respond. I wanted to be in control. Shade sighed, closing his eyes. I didn't have the power to remain ignorant, to occupy myself with anything that could distract me from my thoughts, or to be brave enough to face my eventual death. I'm just a residue, a remnant, and everything is out of my control. Aizawa blinked at the cryptic words, but seeing Shade appearing so vulnerable, he could only set every question aside. Instead, Aizawa put a hand on Shade's shoulder, in a flimsy method of trying to console him. I don't know what you're dealing with, but I know your life is for to decide. You're in control already, Shade. Aizawa sighed at the obvious look of skepticism. The people you saved, you made the choice to step in, you already made a difference. Perhaps that didn't mean much in the grand scheme of things like you said, but it meant everything to them. Shade's eyes widened in realization. I can't say I understand the problem you're going through, but it's okay to feel overwhelmed sometimes. What matters is that you're going to get over it, perhaps not now, but eventually. Quote. Sorry if I said something wrong. Aizawa started to panic, as he was not good at emotional support. PFF'd. Shade chuckled, and Aizawa could only stare at him, flabbergasted. Never knew you were such a cheesy person, Eraser. Shut up, Aizawa groaned, slapping a hand over his face. No, sorry about that. I feel better now. Thank you, Eraser. Shade replied in an earnest tone. I guess I just never see it that way. There's a first time for anything. It took me a while to realize that, too. Uncertainty could have gotten the better of me. Aizawa said, regrets, too. I see. They sit with each other in silence, but it wasn't uncomfortable at all. On the off chance, which gods you're praying to? It wasn't some kind of eldritch being, was it? Shade gave him an incredulous look. Not a god, not necessarily praying, Shade answered, ambiguous as ever. Okay, keep it that way, Shade. Aizawa sighed, looking away. Shade only gave him an uneasy look, one Aizawa himself didn't notice. Kakeru has been a headache for such a long time. And still is. Her cheerful and spontaneous attitude can make her seem like a brawl-for-brain person, but Mikumo has experienced firsthand how devious she can be, especially in combat. Head up, little bro. Kakeru shouted out a warning just as she broke into a sprint, delivering a hard kick, to which Mikumo barely managed to block. Damn it, he grunted at the stinging pain on his arm, breathing heavily as he saw the ferocious grin on Kakeru's face grow wider. Checkmate, she whispered, smirking, and Mikumo knew he lost the match. Nimble and refined, she weaved through his arm, leaving Mikumo unable to intercept. Her arms, like a vicious serpent, wrapped around his neck and held him in a chokehold. Mikumo tried to resist, but her arms stayed firm. Mikumo was helpless against her overwhelming strength. Why yield? He quickly said, holding both of his hands up in surrender. Seeing that, Kakeru finally let go of her arm, making him fall to the ground ungracefully. A frown appeared on her face, but soon she sighed softly. Really, I thought I have taught you how to get out of that situation already. She raised her brow at him, which Mikumo found extremely annoying. I'm working on it, Mikumo mumbled in frustration, averting his eyes away in silence. Just need a little bit for practice on my own. Seeing her brother's conflicted expression, Kakeru relented and softened her gaze. Oh, don't look so glum. Kakeru laughed lightheartedly, ruffling his hair. I got years of experience while you, well, at least you tried. Mikumo knew he was severely lacking in physical strength. Almost the opposite of his mind. A month ago, he was pretty sure even elementary students would win against him in arm wrestling. It seemed that the physical disposition varied drastically between personalities, for better or worse. Good to know, so that's why he wanted to learn at least some combat skills. Ultimately, he can't rely on strengths that aren't his own. At least without a foolproof plan, which he has been concocting for a while. His current obstacles, the UA's exams, heavily favored students with combat quirks, most of them being flashy promising stars. He already thought of some countermeasures for this since his quirk is a passive one, but Mikumo would like to tip the scale more in his favor. I don't think any normal person without a physical quirk will stand a chance against you, he trailed off, and yet, you managed to infuriate me to no end. Hey. Quit smirking, I know what you're thinking. PFT, I'm shaken to the core right now. She burst out laughing, while he could only manage to mumble angrily in response. Shut up. Mikumo unknowingly let out a sigh. To be honest, despite his initial prediction, the last few months has been quite peaceful. Despite her yet-to-equals-end streaks of recklessness, they haven't landed on any sticky situations. Mikumo knows not of the future, but it's bound to happen sooner or later, so he felt like he should enjoy this peace while it lasted. Kakeru, as much as he hated to admit it, is at least a decent teacher in her field, if she has, well, motivation. Food and money, apparently, are enough. That maniac has been asking for money lately for some secret endeavors, and Mikumo was happy to use it as a bargaining chip. Yet, seeing the gleeful smile on her every time she got her hand on cash made him shiver. For all he knows, Kakeru could use that money to plan for world domination or something. Nah, she's not that smart. Likely something super dangerous that could blow your limb off, for example. Either way, he couldn't bother himself to care. And in these months, there have been developments regarding their quirks. They seemed to be useful at the moment, but Mikumo could see this become a headache later on. Firstly, they now can actually interact with each other in the headspace, almost physically. As long as it isn't malicious in nature, a kick or a light-hearted punch is allowed. They actually managed to feel pain when they fought. It's nothing but a realistic simulation, though. Real enough to affect the pain factor, but the injury doesn't exist because it's, well, not real. As fascinating as this discovery was, Kakeru never held back, and he didn't appreciate getting his kicked all the time. In theory, he could deal with these moves, but his physical reflex and instinct paled by a large margin compared to Kakeru. At least now he can take a hit. It wasn't fun but might prove enough to save his life in a desperate situation. Fuck it all, he detested this shit. Mikumo could only grumble in annoyance as these thoughts swirled around. Kakeru, despite her short attention span, has also managed to learn a lot. Now, it doesn't make teaching this brickhead any easier. Why do I have to study chemistry? Kakeru grumbled as she shook her head angrily at the countless formula. Because your blood is literally a chemical. You must understand the extent of your quirk, and ultimately how to utilize it. Mikumo explained while busily sketching in his notebook. This is boring, I don't even use my quirk that much. Punching people with my bare hands always felt more satisfying. she exclaimed. I will pretend I didn't hear that, Mikumo said. He glared at her as if that was enough to faze her at all. Well, it's actually a bit unsettling. Just a tiny bit. So, yeah, okay, I will listen. Geez, she pouted, looking over the paper in annoyance. Good, Mikumo finally sighed. They stayed in that silence for a while until Mikumo suddenly said, "Oh, I have some new information regarding your quirk. Really, judging by our last experiment, your blood contained a highly explosive chemical, which can be combusted at will. Quite powerful, even from just a droplet." Mikumo cast an image of the blood sparked and made a clear pop sound. However, it is weaker more diluted it becomes, that means rain and moisture are highly disadvantaged for you. Figure as much. Also, I figured that your blood retained its combustive nature even after a long time. A good way to capitalize on this is to contain some of them in a small breakable container. A more refined control will allow it to be wielded similarly to a grenade, which can be very deadly. He explained, practically grinning at the applications. Oh, why didn't you say so from the start? Can I try testing it? Right now? Of course, Mikumo narrowed his eyes, not. Finish your work, and maybe I will consider it. There are also some quirks I think will be suitable for someone of your level to analyze. Analytical skill is valuable, especially if it's someone diving headfirst into a problem. The sarcasm is practically oozing in his voice. Not like Kakeru minded, or comprehend any of that. Fine, it will be a piece of cake for me, after all. She exclaimed haughtily. Good, now can you tell me the formula for this? Seriously, that wiped the grin off her face quickly enough. Mikumo admitted there has been something very wrong for the last few months. This time, it was surprisingly not about Kakeru. Believe it or not, despite her inability to contain her excitement, Kakeru did indeed take what he said to heart. And using it to beat up even more people was questionable, but at least knowledge didn't go to waste. That's a decent way to polish her skills, moral standard be damned. Besides, Mikumo himself has learned a lot from that maniac also. Well, Kakeru still laughed her head off and called him sloppy every time they sparred, but Mikumo felt that now he was good enough to hold his own in a fight. With some more careful planning and countermeasure, of course. Unlike Kakeru, he didn't have polished training, and the talent to back it up, so that's the best way for him to even the odds. Back to his main concern, Mikumo recently found that his time sharing the body felt a lot shorter. He didn't notice it at first, if not for Kakeru pointing it out. Mikumo was always lost within his work, the countless quirks he analyzes, and that's why he often loses track of time. Kakeru, however, managed to notice some was amiss right away. She expressed her skepticism at her declining hours of being in control at first, inquiring Mikumo himself if he has found some sort of substituting methods. Sadly there weren't such things, but Mikumo acknowledged that this problem was quite severe. Indeed, he spotted a steep decline in the time which they are in control, from 12 hours each to only 8 hours each. Kakeru's control, especially, changed drastically. She sometimes even managed to wake up in the afternoon, and it didn't sit right for them that there are 8 hours each day which neither of them is in control of. This news is not great, he admits. Judging from the signs, there is an 87% chance it has something to do with quirks. The quirk they both possessed, specifically. It wasn't because of blood detonation or analysis, but rather the core quirk of Izuku Midoriya. That was the most probable answer his analysis has shown anyway. But that begs the answer of what was causing it to happen. Was the quirk factor delayed, or it was activated under a set of conditions? What are those conditions, then? Can it be prevented? What would they do if it get out of control and start copying every person it finds? Always leads to a headache it seems. He mustn't be hasty. First, he would need more information to work with at least. A little digging around suspicious individuals in Musudafu managed to affirm his belief. A mysterious girl appeared not too long ago in Musudafu. The time seemed to be evenly, too. A street medic, interesting choice of occupation. Mikumo wonders what quirk she has. Was her choice stemmed from her copied persona? Or are there unaccounted factors? But he really shouldn't get carried away. It seems her main activity is patrolling the street every night, trying to help any injured person. It seemed that she had experience in the field, and thus managed to save some lives in her short time here. Nothing but simple on-the-spot aid, but the sentiment is appreciated nowadays. The girl's name is Kyoko. Or at least that is what he gathered from her interaction with some witnesses. She seemed to have a connection with the Mustutafu's police department, as she usually took troublesome but not dangerous cases to their attention. It was quite impressive, though Mikumo supposed he couldn't care less. Her existence, while fascinating, has already been an obstacle. The reduced 4 hours of's a big loss to both him and Kakeru. And if she is here now, that means that this personality quirk still exists, and probably can create even more personalities. And having personalities multiply endlessly doesn't sound feasible if they all were to share a body. And the worst of it, Mikumo himself barely scraped the surface of what this quirk can even do. It's a completely unprecedented and obscured quirk. Quite troublesome, indeed, but that's why interaction is a must. It's the only way to gather concrete information. Will your plan even work? Kakeru raised her brow skeptically. Most likely. It worked in establishing a connection between us. Except this would likely be a three-way. Mikumo mused, looking through some of the notes he had materialized in the meantime. Neat. Anything I should be mindful of? From what I gathered, she won't be able to pose any threat to us. We can't do each other harm in this headspace anyway, so, he trailed off, maybe having Kakeru here isn't so much of a good idea. Even if she can, I will just beat her into a pulp. Kakeru exclaimed, clearly brimmed with the ideas of justified violence. I appreciate your enthusiasm but try to tone it down a bit. The diplomatic approach, remember. Mikumo sighed wearily. Oh, right. Kakeru scratched her head in embarrassment but gave him a thumb up in response. Okay. Here goes nothing. Mikumo took a deep breath. Kyoko. Immediately, both of them froze on the spot as they felt a creeping presence behind their back. Alarmed, they looked back, greeted by the sight of a green-haired girl. The girl looked at them with her matching green eyes, which were filled with confusion. What? She said with a fearful tone, eyes glued on both of them with wariness. Mikumo ended up just staring at her for a little bit too long, which made the girl look away in discomfort. Sup? Kakeru waved a hand with a toothy grin, nice to meet ya. The name's Kakeru. And, she dragged Mikumo close, this is my little brother, Mikumo-kun. And I believe he got a bone to pick with ya. The green-haired girl stuttered in response. May I ask what do you want from me? Mikumo then pushed Kakeru away in annoyance, but her expression remained smug. Yes, but I believe the fact you are here has already explained to me a great deal. Still, would you mind if I ask you a few questions? It's your choice to answer them or not, of course. He explained, keeping his eyes peeled for her reaction. The girl looked conflicted and hesitating but ultimately gave him a nod. I guess it's fine. Still, you could have just asked me in person, rather than using a mental quirk like this. The girl said, obviously couldn't hide the nervousness in her voice. This is from a mental quirk, right? Not quite, but that's a story for another time. He waved his hand dismissively. Regarding your memory, can you tell me if you have any unusual recollections lately? Unusual recollection? She seemed to be sorting her memories for a sec before a glint appeared inside her green eyes. That's oddly specific. Is it? Mikumo asked in a nonchalant tone. Her expression appeared thoughtful for a moment. I'm sorry, but, have I met you before? Pardon. Mikumo was taken aback. Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you much. My memories have been very hazy, and I'm still struggling to remember. She smiled sadly. I think I just, kind of woke up on the beach not long ago. With a massive headache. I remembered having a family, but I couldn't recall who they are, and I have been alone ever since. That can prove to be quite a predicament. Anything else you can remember? I afraid not. She froze, expression conflicted. I think I have a friend before this. Her tone is hesitant, as she fiddles with her hand nervously. You sound unsure. He quirked a brow at that information. I'm sorry, she sighed, shaking her head. I can't remember her well. She have blonde hair, I think. Oh, I think she looked a lot like your sister, actually. Mikumo just glanced at that maniac with a suspicious look. In return, she gave him a finger gun, which he scoffed at. Thank you for answering, at least. Mikumo turned back to Kyoko with a nod. Supposedly, have you been doing any activities that might be dangerous? I'm afraid I can't tell you anything about that. She looked at him, with wariness mixed with determination. Please understand that we're still strangers. My apologies, look like I have got ahead of myself. Mikumo looked like he still have questions to ask but ultimately refrain. Kyoko-san, do you understand the situation you're in? Am I in trouble? She looked up with an expression of fears. Depend on how you look at it, Mikumo responded nonchalantly. You're making me very nervous. This is going to be hard to wrap your head around, but listen to me carefully. Explaining things is easier in a plan, but Mikumo must take care of himself to not be carried away in quirk theories and his brain over-analyzing things. But at least he managed to convey his thoughts. So, what you are saying is we are just personalities. Make no mistakes, I think we're as real as we can be. He explained quickly, there must be more to this quirk, which I have yet to discover. The fact that we came with a quirk of our own is already proof of its complexity. This is a lot to take in. Perhaps, but we, unfortunately, need to inform you, so as not to make any reckless venture. I suspected that the death of a personality won't kill all the others, but I'm not willing to bet on it. Mikumo said, I assumed the same for you. It's true, but I can't promise you anything. What? Mikumo was shocked, to say the least. What I have always been trying to do is just to help people. The danger is always there, whether I like it or not, but I don't think I can bear to change that. She explained in a regretful tone. Are you serious? Why put yourself at risk when your quirk isn't even a combat one? You will pretty much be defenseless if cornered. Mikumo couldn't help but raise his voice, but the girl didn't falter. I'm sorry, Mikumo-kun. Helping people has always been my greatest wish. Maybe I'm not even that important, but I can't stand by idly while someone out there still needs me. Please understand. She bowed her head sincerely. Mikumo was silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Oh, the girl has some backbones, after all. What should we do, genius? Kakeru said in a sarcastic voice. Your ideas, after all. She added. Fine, do as you wish. Mikumo begrudgingly said. No, you're just as stubborn as that maniac. This will get nowhere with that mindset of yours. Mikumo said, looking away, probably to hide the annoyed expression on his face. Have a feeling it will turn out this way. Sorry, I promised I will be careful, okay. I will take what I can get. Mikumo sighed dejectedly. With that said, please don't hesitate to contact me. I can give some tips about your quirk, and ways to improve it. Not enough to be lethal, but perhaps can save your life in a critical moment. That's thank you, Mikumo-kun. Just, please don't plunge yourself into danger so readily like that maniac over here. One suicidal maniac is already tethering on my sanity here. He groaned as Kakeru just kept ruffling his hair. You have a good sense of humor, Mikumo-kun. Kyoko grinned a bit as she looked at their interaction. Make them almost look like real siblings. I would prefer if you didn't find my suffering funny. Of course not. Ha. Kyoko sighed in defeat. Stop bullying the poor girl, little bro. Kakeru said, pulling on his ear. Shut up, you're not my big sister. He snapped, but her expression just remained nonchalant as ever, until next time then. The deep sigh was too loud to be Kyoko's imagination. Apparently, their new unwilling roommate seemed to be a particular person, or at least Mikumo managed to see her as such. Kyoko seems to be a shy person, but she quickly warms up to people she is acquainted with. She appeared to be the odd one among them, all the while being the most compassionate. Mikumo himself is a pragmatic person, and Kakeru is just wild in general. That's not necessarily a good thing, since it's no doubt what she has been doing is very dangerous, judging by the fact that her quirk's hardly helping. To that topic, Mikumo figured out her quirk was repulsion. It manifested in the form of a kinetic force that pushed away a specific object, with only a specific direction, centered from her body. It had the potential, but the limitations made the quirk quite lackluster. Seems quite familiar, however. It served quite well as a deterrent. She can at least defend herself, and it can even push away quite heavy objects, organic or not, though she will feel very worn out afterward. Overall, she isn't that reliable in terms of power, but her connection might prove to be useful. They will just have to wait and see. There's something wrong with that green-haired girl. Call it blind intuition, but Kakeru can feel it. There's something more to that seemed fearful and nervous self she is showing. That doesn't mean anything malicious, hers, but a sign that there are things obscured from her eyes, that this girl, despite being one of them, can't be trusted easily. The feeling seemed to be mutual, however. She seemed to be very anxious about most of them but quickly laughed it off when being inquired about. Whatever, it's not her job to pry, anyway. Either way, Kakeru hoped that it won't become a problem later on. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.